It's about to. You mean the same damn time it always is? Can you see how sunburnt I am? Can you see that from there? Well, okay. Thanks for being early. I was out on the jacuzzi yesterday. The jacuzzi. I keep doing that. The jet ski. I was out on the jet ski. Yay. Sweet. Sweet. All right. There's a fun debate happening with Destiny. So
All right, let's redirect because we've spent a lot of time
that
arguing about whether hyperbole or how seriously you should take Trump.
Correct.
I
agree.
do think it's very important that we cover ICE and everything related to immigration. But
I was actually
But first, let's make sure that we've covered everything economically. I want to give you guys both a chance to make any more economic arguments that you have.
Okay, so again, my argument is that the addition of 671,000 jobs, the 3%
You never responded to
GDP
me on
growth,
late
and
Discord.
I know you guys are saying 2.7, but I believe the number in July.
Hey, I have an upright mouse too.
Like last week was 2.1, but I'll concede the 2.7, right? I think that those are successes, and I think anyone who says that they are not successes is being intellectually dishonest, because it is a massive number of job creation in 6 months.
Sleepy.
And I believe that those numbers, the other two numbers, are going in the right directions.
Weren't the job creation things so bad that Donald Trump had to fire the labor secretary for the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
The Bureau of Labor's what because they were inflating the numbers or something like that?
Because when the numbers got revised downwards, Donald Trump accused them of cooking the books, and so he fired his.
They revised, because the revisions that they kept on doing were inaccurate. So if
how could he possibly know they were inaccurate?
I don't know. He fired them for not doing their job.
Do you think it's more common that he just fired them because he just didn't like what they were saying?
Or, hear me out. I know this is a crazy concept. He fired them because they were putting out inaccurate numbers that they had.
This is his government. How is he supposed to know if not by trusting the people in his cabinet?
So he hires people, right? Then they don't do their job.
How does he know they didn't do the job?
Because they had to keep revising
the numbers are revised all the time. That's how it works.
Yeah, but he doesn't want that. He wants it to be more accurate.
That's not how it works. That's not how you collect these numbers. There's always revisions.
Under the Biden administration, the numbers always had to be revised in the direction that was making.
Numbers are revised up and down all the time. Yeah, it happens.
Okay. Can we?
I'm just asking, how can he possibly know if the numbers are right or wrong if he's not trusting his own data people?
We're gonna be here all night if we.
I saw you say in the chat that this dude is cooking Destiny. The parts that I saw, I don't know, man. Maybe explain to me your thought process. Oh, I think I just briefly saw it in the chat. Or that he was cooking, like maybe in that particular moment. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, see, I wasn't like paying super close attention. Okay, that's fair. Destiny can be loose with his language. I can too, as well. But, luckily, whenever I am, I always have you there to push back on me. Hey, Muhammad! Puggy is not a fan of this guy. Puggy apparently loathes this guy. I saw him debate Owen fucking Troyer on Israel Palestine, and I was getting frustrated because like he was putting in effort, but I felt like there was a lot of shit that he was missing. There were a lot of points that either he could have like done better or that I personally disagreed with. But yeah, I'll be talking about the Gaza plan a bit today. Owen is absolutely the worst. Owen's a piece of shit. I'll be talking about this Gaza plan today. Spoiler. I think I might have mentioned this last time. Not a fan. I really don't like it. I think this is really bad. But I'll go into some of the details. I've got like a lot of notes that I wrote down. Yeah. I don't like this one. I did see that. I mean, I'll talk a little bit about that. Well, I'll go over like the plan, Sleepy. So, no worries, buddy. Destiny looks like Insider Republic trying to infiltrate the left, maybe in his conspiracy mind. Yeah, probably. I don't think Tiny wanted to debate Gaza Israel today again. Yeah, I mean, well, the problem is, like, you know, for Israel's greatest internet defender, this last thing is just, it's really hard. It's not a good look, man. I am really not happy with this one. This one pisses me off. I don't like this. Uh-oh. Yeah, we'll let him get away. He's relatively new. I think we let him get away with it. He sees it happen to other people a few times, and then we go in on him. Yeah, we did. We did give you a few passes. All right.
Probably wouldn't, but
I'm not asking what you would do. I'm saying, is this not improper? You can't even admit to this? It's crazy.
No. They already. If they're in a Signal chat and they're sharing information.
Oh, they're talking about Signal.
Encrypted, I believe,
So it doesn't matter. Obviously, bad people can get in there, as we saw.
Sleepy, what were your thoughts on the Signal thing? Oh, do I need to refresh? Yes, I do. No, I know. I just needed to refresh Destiny's stream because it's, you know, when I'm streaming, I have a lot of, like, windows and shit open. Couple video, like, I have a, you know, to monitor my stream, I have, like, my stream up in one and then up on YouTube in another. So it can sometimes slow down my video. Okay. Let's try that again.
He didn't get fired, so clearly that's not the case. He's hiring people based on whether or not he likes what they're telling him.
And follow that closely
for a second, right?
I think, if I recall, because it was a while ago, if I recall, he was, I think, more focused on, like, punishing whoever got into the Signal chat, which, like, I guess is fine if you're the administration. Personally, I don't think you should be using Signal for that kind of stuff. I know, like, if my mom had to do secure shit, she definitely wouldn't be using Signal chat. There's also an argument where, and, you know, obviously the truth of this is open to speculation. There's an argument that they were using Signal chat to get around the Presidential Records Act. But that's obviously just speculation, so.
Which would make him look look bad, right?
Yes.
I'm just talking
Yep.
about the final numbers.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Trump. I think that's the reason Trump gave. He goes, I don't want you to pump up my numbers and inflate them and make me look good, right? I want you to be more accurate. And again, I don't know this for a fact. I think based off of his track record of hiring and firing many people through both administrations, I think that he has a high standard, and that's a good enough reason for me to fire somebody. So I just don't understand why we like, again, doing exactly what I said you'd do. Pivot. Just talk about what I'm actually talking about. Are the numbers that are accurate?
The job numbers are bad right now.
The job numbers are bad.
Listen,
Yes.
I make the best chairs. Okay,
That's not what
nobody
the job
makes
numbers
a
are. They were
chair
revised
quite
and they're
like
bad. That's why he
quite
fired the
like
lady. They're
Donald
bad.
Trump. You've never seen a chair like a
These
Trump
are
chair.
the updated numbers. The jobs that have been created are 671,000 jobs since January.
Those are before the revised numbers.
Yeah,
No?
the revised numbers are
No.
way lower, dog.
No, the revised numbers were higher, I believe.
So you're saying the last
What?
jobs report didn't undershoot where they were
Bro,
expecting them to be?
no,
I don't
he's so
believe
wrong
unless
about
I'm reading
this.
this wrong, but this is
You're
from
reading it
whitehouse.gov,
wrong, my dog.
and it's
What?
also from
You're reading Trump's own assessment of his own
The
job
revised
numbers?
numbers were like nearly
And
200,000
he's saying they're
jobs
good?
less.
No way.
and I believe and NBC News. Here.
I think
So
it's
when
about
we look-
560,000
when
since
we look at
January,
job
but I think this is
numbers like that-
undershooting what he wanted them to be. They're not like, I think it averages out to
Okay.
like less than 100,000 a month, which is less than what he's looking for.
Okay. So the jobs that have been created, not a success. Got it. What would be good? What would be a good accurate, like, what would you consider a success? Under these circumstances?
Well, I mean, the fact that all of the growth is happening in healthcare and crypto or whatever seems to be a little bit spooky. Or
Again,
that's
no, don't pivot. What do you just answer the question? What number do you think would be?
it's not just about a
success?
number. It's also the sectors where the job growth happens.
Okay. What? No,
Like
So-
an average upward trend in job growth, like widely and robustly across the economy, would probably be good. Seeing a
Yeah,
whole
and
bunch
we
of
know
job
that
growth
the-
concentrated in like
talking
a
to Puggy
singular area. I think it was overrepresented. I think in
Destiny stream
healthcare
chat.
is a little bit scary.
So the majority of the jobs numbers under Biden, and this isn't what
I mean, he has a pretty decent. He's a probably, I'd say, better understanding of economics than I do, but he's no like professor of economics or anything.
For years.
I think it's more than half our private sector. I want to say, but assuming that's true, that would be a good thing, right? That would be more everyday average people instead of just
Cosmic!
more government jobs.
Well, I don't even know if government jobs are necessarily bad. I mean, it depends on what
Yeah,
job you're
so-
talking about. What do
I
you
mean,
mean?
well, your side wants
Hey,
more
bud.
government, my side wants less. So I think that would actually be accurate. You would think
Type
that's
of
good.
shit.
Do you think all
indeed.
government
I'm not-
jobs are bad jobs?
I think we should have smaller government. I think
That's not
I
an
think-
answer.
That's not an
So-
answer
so
to
we
his
should fire
question,
everyone at DoD.
dog.
I didn't say that, but if you let me finish, I think we should have a government so fucking small that we don't even know it exists, right? Our government
What?
should be like state and federal government jobs, right? We should not even have thousands a month. We should have tens.
I'm
Because
sorry,
that's how
bro. You're
small I
living
want
in
my
a fantasy
federal
land
government.
if you think that's like
Okay.
And that's
feasible.
just me. That's just my opinion. A lot of
the
people,
government. I mean, like we
I
have a
want limited
massive
government.
population.
Very limited. So fucking limited that it barely makes a difference on my life. The federal government should have one job, and that should be protecting our borders, right? And just making sure that we're safe.
So then how bad do you feel that Donald Trump massively has failed in cutting the debt and the deficit? That the big beautiful bill just added more and more
That's
to the
Gen
debt deficit
Alpha,
to
dog.
I'm not.
fight for
The big
higher.
beautiful bill is not perfect. I've criticized it.
I didn't say it's not perfect. He failed massively in curbing the debt and the deficit, right? You agree with that? He failed there.
Yeah, that it's estimated that that's not going to, but there is also the hopefully, and I know that that's crazy. If
That's
we
okay.
bring in more jobs,
We embrace
more
the cringe
manufacturing,
here.
and create a booming economy through energy independence and all of Trump's other policies, it will offset the debt that he didn't come down on. I'm not happy about it, so we're going to agree there. So you don't.
Well, we
have
don't
to-
agree though. You're saying you're not happy
don't have
about
to
it. I'm
hammer.
saying it's a massive failure. It's a
I
complete
don't
This
think
total
debate,
it's-
yeah,
I don't-
this is a
I
rough
don't
one.
think it's massive. I think that what you do, and obviously you will, it's not, I'm not really knocking you for this.
I
It's your
agree.
political biases. You
I agree.
hyperfixate.
I'm not
Like-
hyperfixing. Doge said they would cut
Sometimes
2
it's
trillion.
okay to
It
be a
ended up being
grown-up.
9 billion. I don't know in
You
that
know?
world that's not a
Doge-
massive
you know,
failure.
Doge was a
Sleepy?
massive failure, and
Okay.
I
It's okay to be a
I-
little
so
serious
Doge-
sometimes.
yes,
Not everything
correct.
has to be a meme.
I was excited about
You know?
Doge, and it fell short.
Okay.
right? So
And Donald
I
Trump
have
said that
my-
he would cut the debt and cut the deficit, and
And
he's
where's the
failed on that.
Where's
Nice.
Elon
What are you
now,
making?
Right, like, so it's not like Trump is still saying like, yeah, Doge is awesome. He barely mentions it.
Do you think
you're
it was
not
kind of
gonna-
embarrassing, given that he hyped up Doge so much and hired Elon to be his personal little puppet
I
in the
think
White
that-
House? Like, doesn't that
I
bode
think
poorly
that-
for Donald Trump's skills in hiring good people?
Well, I think it's rich, considering that a lot of people on your side, I'm not sure if you were also saying this, you were like that Elon is the real president and Elon is controlling Donald Trump, and now you're saying that Donald Trump got rid of Elon, kind of proving yourselves wrong. I think Trump hyped up Doge the same way because I think Elon hyped him up, and I think that Elon sold it to Trump, Trump sold it to America, and that Elon is the one who fell short, and now Trump
Come
got
on,
rid of
bro.
Elon.
But
It's
Yeah,
So,
but,
in
like,
my,
here's-
so in the strawman version of
here's
me,
my
I'm saying
issue,
that Elon
dude.
is controlling
Like,
Trump. I've never said that, I don't
Trump's
think.
whole
But in your
image is,
world,
I'm
Elon
the
was
guy who
actually
knows
controlling
how to
Trump.
hire
Elon
all the
actually
right
misled Trump on what
guys.
Doge could do, and then Trump hired him
like,
as a
how
result
did
of
he
that.
let
I
Elon?
think hyping
mislead
someone up
him
and
then?
controlling them are two completely different
That's
things.
literally, it's called manipulating through flattery. That's literally what that is.
Yeah, I wouldn't say. Sure, Elon manipulated Trump, but I again don't think that that's the same thing as controlling. I think that
Sounds
Trump's juggling
yummy.
a lot of plays. I mean, every president does, except for Biden. I think he only juggled naps.
Cut that
But
Biden more
I
so
think
you
that-
can
Biden was
add
more
to
successful in
the
every single
Yeah,
conceivable metric
I-
than
like,
Donald Trump's
I
been so
do
far.
not
and will
see
continue
a
to be,
way
You
that
yes.
mean
this
you mean the
bill
auto
is
pen was more successful?
going to
Have you ever seen a video of
successfully cut
Biden
down
having
on
an executive
the
order brought to him to
deficit.
sign that he doesn't know what it is?
Apparently
Whereas on every
neither
single
do
one that
any
Trump has signed, people
economists
are
or the
bringing it to him and
CBO.
explaining what the EO is. Have you ever seen that happen with Biden?
How many days did Biden take vacations out of his whole presidency? Was it 40 something percent?
You think that Biden has taken more vacation
Yeah,
days than
what?
Donald Trump has?
That's a losing
Absolutely.
point, dog.
I will guarantee you that's true.
What?
Look it up
Okay,
right now.
I'll look it up. But then back to my
Okay,
other
let's
question:
see.
Have you
Right
ever
now.
seen? You've seen people bring executive orders to Trump and then explain them to Trump, right? You've seen that, right?
Yeah, well, he does that live.
Don't you think that's kind of
it's
weird
the
that he's
summary.
not writing them and that he's the one who's getting them brought to him and explained by other people? Isn't that kind of weird?
No, I think you're being a little sassy right now, but you know how it works. Trump hires people to write the executive orders. They summarize them to him. He reviews them and hopefully reads the majority.
If
of
you
them,
had proof that Biden
approves
was
them.
hiring people to write executive orders for him, don't
Hold
you
on,
think that would be
hold on,
scandalous in
hold
and
on.
of itself?
Let me finish.
Okay.
I think that Trump reviews the executive orders. He puts together a collaboration, a team, right? His administration, and he then signs them, and which he signed them like live on TV. I think Trump has signed almost every executive order. Most
Yeah,
of them.
as they're explained to him by other people. So I
But they're
linked
explained
the.
to him based off of his agenda that he put together with his
Okay.
cabinet. He
Maybe. I
delegated-
mean,
So-
you think that. But
Yeah,
that's could be the case.
But hold on. But
They don't write the executive orders themselves, but usually I think the issue that Tiny has and the issue that I probably have is it seems like, right? And I'm saying it seems like because I don't know for sure, so I'm heavily couching this. It seems like when Trump is getting ready to sign these orders, the way it goes down, the way they're like explaining it to him, it seems like he's hearing about them for the first time, and that's not really a normal thing. Now, again, that's just going off of what I see when they're like having the conversation and he's getting ready to sign it. But yeah, if that's true, I don't like that. What else were they talking about? Oh fuck, I was talking about something and now I lost it. It's gone. No. Oh right, that's right. The vacation days. So he said Biden took more vacation days. So if you take it seems like they're just reminding him what the order is because he's signing multiple at a time. I think in some cases that might be the case, but then there are some cases where it does feel like they're explaining it to him. I'll have to go and find them and like play them for you sometime. And again, obviously it's all speculation. We don't know for sure. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. So his accounting of Biden's days off in office was 382, which is what the RNC said. But the White House pool actually says he only took 256 days of vacation versus Trump's 380. So if we're talking, but if we take the RNC's, so if we take the RNC's numbers, even if we take those numbers, which don't match with the White House's numbers, he only took 2 more days of vacation than Trump.
Somewhere in the middle, Biden took a fuck ton of vacation days.
Even if it was somewhere in the middle, it would still be less than Trump. But I mean, we can just read what Snopes says. A claim popularized by the Republican National Committee that former U.S. President Joe Biden spent 40% of his presidency on vacation stretched the truth. The RNC treated partial days outside the White House as full days on vacation, made outright errors in its calculations, and included locations that are not always used as vacation settings in its analysis. Due to the duties.
So you'd do the same thing for Trump. A partial day outside of the White House would probably be attributed to a vacation day for Trump too. So I think that they use the same metrics as you would for Trump.
Yeah, but when they use the same metrics for both, Trump took twice as many vacation days as Joe Biden.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
That's the thing.
No, you're taking the
because it's the White House pool, bro. You have no fucking
you
clue,
wanted to
dog.
go here, and now we're here, and you
You're
don't
wrong.
like the facts. I know you hate
Sorry.
The facts are like fucking kryptonite to a conservative.
If that's your argument, I know if we spend more time on this, I will win. But I'm just saying, do we want to spend more time on this?
I do, yeah.
Because,
Yeah,
okay.
if you're trying to call the bluff, let's
Let's
go. Let's go, dog.
and then let's go to ICE.
Americans
Okay,
equals
let's
so
go
fucked
to,
up in this country. Meanwhile, Trump, let's renovate the White House.
The Republican
Yeah.
National.
So I don't have a huge problem with like adding the ballroom edition. If I'm honest with you, I think that's fine. Like I can see a use for that. So like I think it's kind of dumb for everybody to be pissed off the ballroom edition, especially now that I know that it's gonna be privately funded. I think there are probably more important things to worry about. One thing I would probably prefer, this isn't like a major gripe because obviously this isn't super important, but I would prefer that he not attach it directly to the White House. I think I would like that better, but you know, I'm nitpicking. I think wanting to have like a big venue at the White House, I don't think that's entirely a crazy thing, if you ask me. I think that kind of makes sense to do. To hold like big functions for the president of the most powerful country in the world. You're using your point like, look, I'm doing something. Well, maybe you're right. I just don't think it's like, I think there's way more important things for us to like be upset about, you know? Wait, what's going on here? Missing required fluid. Sulfuric acid. Why are we missing the fluid? Are we out? Oh, yeah, because I didn't tell it to, like... I'm so stupid. I need to tell it to go automatically now. Let me add some more shit. DC is full of... Yeah, I understand that. Do you not see why having one, like, at the White House might make sense? I just don't think it's a big deal. It's privately funded. It's not a big deal. It's fine to have one at the White House. I just don't want it attached to the actual White House. I want it like on the grounds and separate. Why is it that offensive to have one on the White House premises if it's not being paid for with taxpayer money? I mean, they're gaudy, but you know, someone else will probably change them back the next time they're the president. Yeah. No, I agree. Like, it's probably not the most important thing to do, that's for sure.
Like 180 days golfing. His total vacation days were like 300.
Yeah, but if it was paid for by taxpayer money, everybody would be upset. Ballroom is for a monarch to entertain a set. I think we're getting a little hyperbolic here, but okay.
In taking partial vacation days, but you make the claim
I'm just like,
based off of just your...
Look, I just don't think it's that big of a deal. Like I said, the only thing I really care about is I don't want to attach it directly to the White House building. I'd rather have it separated. Oh. What was I saying? Yeah, I'd like to have it separated from the actual White House. I don't see like it's a big deal. It's just it's like a little thing. I'd rather we be focused on other things. Like this isn't something we really need to spend our energy on.
Okay, can you give me some article? I mean, you're not going to trust Washington Post either, I guess. What's a news source that I could link that you would trust?
So, Snopes retract 54 stories and suspended fact-checking sites co-founder over plagiarism accusations. That is 2021.
Who are you reading this from? Well, who are you sourcing this from?
This is from BuzzFeed News.
Do you trust BuzzFeed News? If I was to link you a BuzzFeed News post, would you trust that? Or are you only trusting BuzzFeed News right now because they're saying that Snopes might have had to retract some stories?
How about the AP? Is the AP good enough?
I like the AP. I'm guessing you probably wouldn't most of the time.
This is from the AP. Prominent fact checker Snopes apologizes for plagiarism, right?
So does that mean they're wrong on every single thing they've posted?
Yeah, what is this?
New York Post.
No, the president has proposed this, but the city is using it and you act like it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. A lot of presidents do things that no other president has done.
Since if they have been caught like plagiarizing
I mean, like,
are we
really going to be focused on a fucking ballroom
then who do we
when
trust
he's doing all of this other shit? It's just not. I just think of all the stuff there is to be upset about. This is not the big thing that we need to care about.
Out of how many stories did they publish?
Well, what do you mean? Like I'm saying.
Hold on, wait. If they'd only published 100 stories and they retracted 61, do you agree that that's a lot worse than if they published like 1,000 stories and retracted 61, or 10,000 stories, right? So isn't that kind of important to know?
I think it's also important to know.
Why do you feel like this is some huge fucking massive
that's
issue?
A big one.
Plagiarism doesn't necessarily mean that they are lying about anything. That's not
like I feel like we're blowing it out of
The
proportion.
person who founded this site is a plagiarist. Right?
Okay, and Fox News settled the largest defamation lawsuit of all corporate history, propagating a lie that Donald Trump himself and his campaign was propagating for the 2020 election around the Dominion election machines. If you want to play like who's the bigger liar, the Republican side loses one.
I'm going to need you to calm the fuck down, okay? I don't appreciate that. I'm having a conversation with you, okay? If you can't be respectful, we don't have to talk about it. Fucking Christ.
Lies, though. The Dominion lawsuit was Trump's lies.
This isn't a gotcha. No, it's Fox News' lies.
Wait, so Trump and Sidney Powell and Giuliani weren't all saying the Dominion Venezuelan voting machines weren't rigging the election? That didn't originate with Trump and his campaign?
They offered their opinion. Fox News reported on it and took it too far. And
no, they just copied what they said. Trump literally calls into Fox News like every other day. Trump's daughter-in-law works at Fox News now. This is a lying organization?
Fox News made their own assertions, which is why they were sued.
Didn't. They just copied it from Trump's campaign. But I just want to be clear. So Jean Pirro or whatever, she's like the DC prosecutor now. She's from Fox News. Hegseth, the head of our DOD, he's from Fox News. Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, she now works at Fox News. Donald Trump himself calls into Fox News. All of these Fox News hosts that are having like positions of the government now, this is a horrible organization. Donald Trump is hiring from it and working with it. And you're trusting Donald Trump?
I said that Fox News
when I lived overseas, right?
They have lied.
In all the capital cities I lived in, there were plenty of ballrooms. They still had ballrooms at the ambassadors' residences, for example. Like, it's not the craziest fucking thing.
So who do you trust?
None of them.
Dude, how do you get information about anything?
I have to literally look at a bunch of different sources and then come to my own conclusion. It's this wild concept where I don't just blindly trust mainstream media.
Walk me through, how can you go to a bunch of different sources if all of them are lying?
So I think there was a recent poll, 70% of Americans do not trust the media. And you're surprised that I don't trust the media?
I'm asking you, how do you ascertain the truthfulness of any claim if you think that all of them are lying? Why would reading a bunch of lies help you figure out the truth if it's all lies?
I use common sense, critical thinking, and deductive reasoning.
Give me an example of how you use common. No. This is really important. This is literally the most important thing. This is the most important thing. How can you use common sense and critical thinking to ascertain a lie from a mainstream media publication? How can you common sense your way through the lies that they tell?
Well, so they don't literally lie every single time they open their mouths, and not everybody at Fox News does lie, but the organization has a track record of reporting lies. So I don't trust the organization. Some of the people that work there, I would say, are more credible than others.
So who do you believe in Fox that's more credible? What are some of these people?
In fact, it's, you know what, ironically, I'm not just saying this because Trump hired him, but I think Pete Hegseth was an honest actor. I think Will Cain is a very honest reporter.
I just don't know why we're getting so worked up over this when he's doing all of this tariff shit.
I don't even watch it anymore because
when
I got
he's
tired
doing all of this
how
shit,
it's
like
just the same shit over and
with
over.
the National Guard.
You know, when Fox News, when a missing
all of these
white,
issues that are so fucking pressing, it just doesn't seem
or a
like
prisoner escapes. Fox News
just
covers
doesn't
it for
seem
like
to
3
me
days
like
straight. I want to hear other stories that are going on
is
in
the
the
hill
world,
we
so
need
I
to
don't
die
even
on.
watch it anymore. So, but I think it's funny how you're saying you do trust the media.
No, he's not talking about me.
This is a 70-30
talking
issue
about
in the country, and you're part
Trump
of the
in
30.
the ballroom.
So you're saying that I should just follow whatever the popularity and the opinion polls are?
No, I'm saying what you should do is you should look at a story that's being reported. Okay, here's what I do. I actually do. This is the whole premise of my podcast. It's called the Daily Breakdown. I literally take news articles from all of these sites and I go, that's probably bullshit. That's probably bullshit. And then I give critical thinking and I do research and I give my own opinions.
Yeah, he said that before because he was getting
what
heated.
The actual truth might be. I don't
He'll
make assertions of fact unless I can prove it. I don't say anything as an assertion of fact.
Then show us right here. Let's do it with the election thing then, or not the election thing. Let's do it with the vacation time thing. Show me how you break it down.
Okay, we already just did this, so let's not do it again. But
we didn't do this though. No, we didn't do this.
We did. You just didn't like the way that I.
No,
answered.
you just didn't do any research. You just like gave me some opinions, right? You know, I research better than you, right? Like I have more media savvy than you. I'm a better critical thinker than you. I'm a better researcher than you. I know more facts about all of these things than you do. So I don't know why you're talking to me like this is the you're enlightening me somehow. Yeah.
How do you know you're better than me?
Because I just listened to your thought process on how you pick things out here.
No,
you have
I
all
don't
the
wanna
classic markings of somebody that falls prey to his own biases when evaluating media.
I literally just said I don't trust the media, and you said that I fall prey to my
You
own
said that you don't trust the media minutes after you told me that the reason why you know the Snopes article is fake is because BuzzFeed News said something and the AP said something, which I'm guessing are two media publications you don't trust. But you're actually displaying a perfect example of somebody who lacks media savvy, which is you're selectively critical. You believe sources when they tell you what you want to hear, and then you disbelieve them when they tell you what you don't want to hear.
No, what I said is I take
all
of it.
Just doesn't
now,
make sense
giving
to me.
one
I really
example
don't
of a
care
BuzzFeed in real time.
I have so many other things that he's doing that are such a bigger issue.
Where the co-founder, and
I'm just not going to put my time and energy
where the
into
co-founder apologizes for plagiarism.
Complaining about
and
the
I asked you, what source would you like? And you said the AP. The AP's
plagiarism has nothing to do with being wrong about the facts. What if he was plagiarizing a dictionary? Is that?
It goes to credibility. But again, right?
But the Fox News Dominion lawsuit doesn't go to credibility.
Hold on, I do want to go to ICE. I think we need to cover this. It's an important part of this first 6 months. Okay. So let's go to ICE. Trump's immigration policy in general. Where do you guys stand on this?
I think it's a huge success. Now, I honestly don't know how you're going to do this, but I'm sure you're going to try. But I'll just give my I'll give my key facts, my key points. Actually, I won't even go through facts. I'll let you do that. But the border crossings are down between 92 and 96%. We had I think we had a day or a week where there wasn't one single crossing across the border, right? And I hope you're in agreement, but I think that's a success. I think that's a good thing. And here's why. Every time the border numbers are down, sex trafficking is down. Fentanyl is down, right? The raping of children and women that make the trek to America is down. And seeing the number go 96% down is 96% less sex trafficking that would have come through that corridor. 96% less fentanyl that would have come through that corridor. 96% less women and children who are raped on the journey to America through that corridor. So the numbers aren't even calculable, but my brother died of a fentanyl overdose, and I know what the crisis of fentanyl really is.
That's why I said I don't want him to attach it to the actual White House. That I do have a problem
forcing Mexico and Canada to
but like if he built
the,
something on the grounds,
which is kind of
I just wouldn't
related,
care that much.
Is also very important to me. I think that's a huge success.
It's not as if I don't hear what you're saying.
But as far as ICE arresting illegals, getting them out of the country, deporting them, SCOTUS ruling in favor of Donald Trump that he has the authority to do so, I think every
I don't want to fight about this, man. I don't care. I really just don't want to. I feel like there's so many other things that I'm pissed about right now, and I just think
it's amazing and it's down.
Yeah, he's fucking with the White House, and it's gross and stupid.
What's your stance on legal immigrants being?
He's also fucking with huge norms and established like practices.
Been some mistakes, and I don't think that I can defend them, so I won't. Mistakes happen. I hope that the administration has as few mistakes as possible and corrects them, which I have seen them do. And I think that it's kind of baked into the cake.
If the Nazis were rising, I sure as shit wouldn't be complaining about the genes.
All of these operations, which are, again, a massive success, because if you look at it as what I just said, 96% less sex trafficking, 96% less fentanyl, and you say, but what happens if they arrest one or two people by accident, and then they figure it out and they let them go? They definitely inconvenienced these people. They definitely, those people should definitely be able to sue the federal government, and I hope they win. But those mistakes have been made, and I think that they are few. You can harp.
Maybe
on
I'm
them,
not sure what your point is.
I'm not gonna try to say that they were a good thing. So, yeah.
All right, let's let Destiny respond.
Yeah, I mean, there is no fentanyl crisis at the Canadian-U.S. border. I think Trump obviously just said that because he wanted to control the borders of both North and South more. Via executive order, he has shut down a lot of the entrance to the southern border, which I guess is good. It'd be nice if there was some legislation there, so it would be a little bit more sticky than just a president being able to come in and add and remove, whatever arbitrary caps he wants to set on the border. I don't know if that helps much with fentanyl. I mean, according to the CBP's own website, over 90% of the fentanyl that comes into the United States seems to be coming from like U.S. citizens or U.S. vehicles that are driving it through. So I don't know if a reduction in illegal immigration actually reduces the amount of illegal fentanyl coming into the country. But yeah, I mean, Trump can have his win on the border by shutting it down via executive action. It'd be nice if we actually had more legislation to deal with the actual immigration problems for real. But if all we can do is EOs because he's an ineffective leader, then all we can do is EOs. And then I think that his weaponization of ICE and everything in the United States is making Americans like hate probably everything having to do with immigration enforcement more than would be necessary. But again, Donald Trump is an ineffective leader who can't seem to make agreements or deals or work with anybody in Congress or any of the governors that aren't already in his pocket. So
were you against the sweeping EOs that Biden signed on his first 100 days in office?
Which ones?
All of them. He signed, I think there was over 51 in the first month.
I would need an example of an EO that I disagree with.
No, I'm saying you just said that if Trump wants to rule through executive order, I guess.
So the reason why I said that is because typically the border itself is in the purview of Congress to pass legislation when it comes to figuring out what the immigration policy should be. Donald Trump is declaring national emergencies to get around using Congress. That's why I'm opposed to him using it. I'm not just opposed to an EO blanket. I'm opposed to ones that I think are illegal.
Okay.
Where do you guys stand on, for example, let's take a look at DICOT. We have lots of cases of nonviolent, some legal immigrants, some illegal immigrants. We're talking about nonviolent people who haven't committed a crime, being sent to DICOT, which is essentially known as you go in, you never come out type of place. I watched a documentary on that place, and it is honestly fucking scary. You get 1 hour of exercise per week. You are not allowed to talk. You can't. You have to kind of sit down in the fetal position. There's 80 people in one cell. It is honestly a fucking nightmare. Take the worst prison in America, and it doesn't even come close, right? What is your guys' take on people who are not even from El Salvador being sent to El Salvador? That's prison specifically, especially ones who didn't commit a crime.
First of all, I think the Supreme Court ruled with Trump that he can send illegal immigrants wherever he wants. And as to my answer to that is, I think that every person in this country who is here illegally knows they're here illegally, and they know the law. And I think that Trump has gone above and beyond to give them an opportunity not to be sent to that horrible place where he said, I will pay you upwards of $1,000 a day, or sorry, $1,000 a person to self-deport and leave. And over 1 million people have already done so. The people who haven't, they know they are breaking the law, and they know that that's a place that they can go if they get caught. If I move to Italy, if I go to Italy on vacation and I just think I like it better there, right? And I just don't leave. I don't leave, and I get a fake social security card, if whatever they got over there. I start a business and I contribute to their economy, and I don't hurt anybody and I don't break any laws. But then 20 years later, they catch me. I'm an illegal immigrant over there. I decided to do something. I broke the law, and I should have to pay for it. So, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't feel bad for them at all. They know they're breaking the law. They know they're criminals.
Okay, Destiny.
What's the question?
What are your thoughts on the fact that, for example, a lot of people are being sent to
people
die
being, yeah, no, I think it's super unhinged. I don't know why the fuck we have to pay another country to take people away from us. If we want to deport people, deport them. I just think that's mega cringe.
A lot of people won't. The problem is a lot of other countries won't. So Donald Trump's hand was forced where he has to work out this situation with El Salvador, where El Salvador's like, yeah, send them.
Just to be clear, the president of the United States of America is unable to force other countries to take people that he's deporting. The United States of America.
He's tried, and a lot of them have said no.
I thought this was the master deal maker, that a master negotiator can't figure out how to deport people from the country?
Again, if you hold him to the ridiculously high standard of being perfect, then you can say that Donald Trump has not perfectly forced every other world leader to take back the people that they intentionally sent to this country. A lot of Venezuela and
I don't know where Cosmic
or it's just that Donald Trump is lying, which I think is more historically accurate.
What is he lying about?
That he doesn't have the ability to send people to whatever country he wants or get back people. Remember how he said over and over again that he couldn't get people back from he couldn't get Abrego Garcia back, and then magically when the Supreme Court said he had to, he did instantly.
Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 member from El Salvador, and he was sent to El Salvador.
Yeah, and now he's brought back from El Salvador after Trump said we couldn't get him back from El Salvador.
There's absolutely no evidence that he was MS-13.
Yeah, that's true too. But I'm just saying that Trump said that he couldn't get him back, and he came back after he got him back. So
other than the two courts that identified him as an MS-13 member, the MS-13 tattoo on his knuckles, and yes, it is an MS-13 tattoo. And
wait, do you think that it actually says MS-13 on his fingers?
There's a marijuana leaf.
I've read the conservative propaganda. That's not how that works.
It's not propaganda. It's a literal MS-13 tattoo. It's what they do. It's literally it's symbolism. M stands for marijuana. 1 smiley, and then the 3 is the 3 holes in the skull. Anyway, as far as people like Abrego Garcia, right? He was sent back because Congress, the Democrats, made a huge stink about it, and a federal judge essentially tried to force him back. The Supreme Court did agree that because of the paperwork that was filed improperly, they had to bring him back, but he's just going to be tried here, and he's eventually going to be sent back anyway. So all they did was delay the inevitable.
Well, we don't know how that result of the court case will go here, number one. Number two, he wasn't supposed to be sent back to El Salvador. That's what the immigration judge had said. So he could be deported to another country.
Well, El Salvador is his country of origin, so if they're willing to take him, I don't know why he would be sent anywhere else.
Well, it's not just that they were willing to take him, it's where he paid them money to take him. I don't know why the United States of America has to pay other countries to take deportees. We're the United States of America. I think we can probably just throw our weight around and make them do that regardless.
I think it's probably better to at least incentivize other countries to take back and undo this horrible situation that Biden put us in by opening the border completely wide open.
Completely wide
millions and millions of people. And again, right, this isn't whataboutism, but it's relevant, right? Every percentage point that the border went down was undoing sex trafficking, fentanyl, and crime that Biden allowed to happen in this country. Biden ruined.
We're really going to do the Epstein defender president as the guy trying to curb sex trafficking? Is that really that's the route we're going to go down?
Are we gonna pivot to Epstein because you don't have an argument against that?
No, I already said that the illegal crossings down are fine. I guess.
What's your argument for opening the millions of illegals pouring in? And Donald Trump was able to shut it down within 6 months.
Donald Trump just turned off the asylum seeking process. We don't even know if that's going to stand legally or not. We'll see.
Well,
But
he also closed the fucking border down
by shutting down the asylum process. Nobody can come into the U.S. and claim asylum anymore at a port of entry.
No. He made it so you have to be an actual asylum seeker. Millions and millions of people were not coming here and making legitimate asylum claims. They were just saying, I'm scared of my country. And they didn't have to prove it. They didn't have to give any documentation, which incentivized illegal immigration. It is illegal to lie about being in fear for your life in your home country.
Yeah, but if you refuse to accept any asylum claims, then obviously you're not going to be able to ascertain which ones are legitimate or not. So, I mean, it's...
Yeah, but again, incentivizing. So shutting down the method that they were using with the CPP-1 app and just freaking... They were flying people in, too, by the way, under the Biden administration.
Yeah, I don't think that was happening. But also, like, we had a border bill. We had a border bill to shut that down. Why did Republicans oppose the border bill after Trump told them to? At the end of
the same reason every bill in Congress is stupid. Congress is useless and garbage because they always put poison pills in every bill, and both sides do it. I'm not giving any excuses for either side of Congress.
There was no poison pill in this bill, but okay.
Yeah, there was like Democrat wish lists in there that the Republicans didn't want to sign on to.
Bro, so this is code. They did another version of the bill that was just the bill stuff, and they still didn't pass it.
My side does
That's not true.
Is when they write legislation, they write in a bunch of shit, and then they go, all right, let's try to sneak in our fucking wish list. I think
the border bill was just a border bill. That was it. There were no...
The border bill had other shit in there.
No, it didn't. Republicans tried to make it have other shit in there when they tried to tie it to the Ukraine stuff. But...
So there was two versions of the border bill. Initially, it did have funding for Ukraine, funding for Israel, funding for Taiwan. But then,
that was with the Republicans' insistence, though. That was at the Republicans' insistence, but then it got separated out.
Let me clean this up. But then after that, there was another proposed border bill that did not have all of that. So
but that
both actually correct.
Even that border bill, even the revised one, was garbage. It let 5,000 people in a day. That's not a fucking border bill.
It didn't actually. I don't want to get involved too much, but it didn't actually let five. It said that up until, so if you hit 5,000 border crossings, then 5,000 encounters at the border, then the border would get shut down. So it didn't say that 5,000 people could get in. It said that once you hit 5,000 encounters, the border shuts down. But those people that are countered are still subject to, whatever regulation.
I honestly, I'm not... You've been actually a very fair moderator, so I think that's a fair point to jump in on, and I'll address it real quick. What you're basically saying.
So if he wasn't like a very fair moderator, would you say that the thing that he was saying wasn't true? We have the ability to shut
down the border, but we won't do it until 5,000 people cross the border. In my mind, that means
5,000 encounters.
5,000 encounters. Yeah. What that means to me is we will now wait for 5,001 before we do our job. And Republicans are like, why not just do it at 1? I don't like this bill.
Because because people need to be allowed to claim asylum. It's like a legal process that was afforded to people.
5,000 per day. People need to. Okay.
Well, no, it was if the encounters got too high, they had the ability to shut down the border. Do you think it's better for the president to do everything and not have Congress involved at all? Would you, if Donald Trump tomorrow said he was going to abolish Congress and he just want to do everything on his own with his administration, would you support that?
No. That's a stupid question. I think
okay, well, because it seems like you're okay with the president doing everything unilaterally. The tariff policies are just him. The immigration policy is just him. Foreign policy is just him. Like, what do you not want the president to do on his own that he should look to Congress for?
I want the president to do every single thing in his purview and use the maximum amount of his authority legally under the Constitution and the executive branch. But I do not want him to overuse or do anything that's unconstitutional. If Donald Trump wants to work harder than any other president and fucking write more executive orders than any other president.
Wasn't this guy saying earlier that he wanted the smallest government, like, humanly possible? And now he's talking about Donald Trump wielding the executive to its literal max capabilities possible?
Half as much. And I don't understand how the fuck they're even, like, a thing. So
Congress gets paid 10 times as much as a school teacher?
I mean, some of them, they get, I would say more, if you take the average, probably 5 times as much as a school teacher, and they work less. Yeah. They work less than a public school teacher and make 5 times as much.
Okay.
And some of them,
I think it's like 3 to 4 times. I think it depends on what you're talking about, but okay.
But the 10 times number, I'm also referring to the side hustles. You know, they got book deals and speaking events, and they got stock trades and all this shit.
Sure. What do you think is the thing that Congress should do that the president shouldn't be doing?
I think he's trolling.
Well,
Cosmic.
like I said, I think that the president should do as much as he can under his purview. Because
I understand, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, what is something Congress should do? I don't know why you're talking about what the president should do. I'm asking, what should Congress do?
Hold on. I'm saying that representative government, which is what we want in this country, the president is also
have you seen?
So I want him to do as much as he can do. I want Congress
have you seen
to also
Superman
do
and Fantastic
as much
Four
as
yet?
they can do. I want them to stop taking fucking recesses.
So what's the job that Congress should have?
Congress should be making laws and not like only making laws.
Just Superman.
But they should be tending to their districts.
And you liked Superman, right?
And doing.
So they made a bill last time for immigration, and the president Donald Trump shot it down because he wanted to keep the border open for election. So
here's what I want Congress to do immediately. I want
the people who went with Superman that I know
that says that none of
actually
them
really liked Fantastic Four, so you might really like Fantastic Four
while they are serving in office. And
but like, don't go in
no
expecting like
no
crazy
deals,
action.
no
It's very much
events.
more
you get your
a drama.
base salary, and that's all you get.
Wait, do you think that the same should be said for the president?
Yes.
So you acknowledge then that Donald Trump is like doing more side hustles than every president in all of U.S. history combined, and all of Congress and every U.S. Congress combined in history. Every single congressional member, Senate, and Congress, and every single president combined has made less money than Donald Trump has made on his side hustles, right?
Okay, so Donald Trump has donated his whole salary, though, right?
Now, wait, Donald Trump's salary is like $400K. He's made like hundreds of millions or billions off of Trump coin at this point. That's nothing. That's a drop in the bucket.
I quite liked both of them.
Maybe I should have clarified. I'm sorry. I mean,
I think this
Congress,
Superman,
right?
at the very least,
they should have any speaking engagements,
will
book deals,
allow them
they
to
are
continue.
working in Congress.
Oh, really?
If they
I
have a
kind of
private-
like Lex Luthor, but
I don't
that's
think
fair.
that
What were your thoughts?
Who's a moron, by the way, we'll agree on that. Should have to give up her construction business because she joined Congress. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't think that they should be able to have side hustles while in Congress. Like, they shouldn't be able to go and do speaking engagements. They shouldn't be able to trade stocks because they have insider information. They shouldn't be able to do certain
So what about the president of the United States having a huge control of a crypto coin that anybody
isn't
can
that kind of more like comic book Lex?
Not just criticize. That's like a horrible thing, right?
It's not that bad. It's
like comic book Lex.
That he could be hosting $1 million dinners and getting
right?
donations anonymously through that crypto coin. That's not that bad.
Well, he could. He could be, but that would be a huge violation. And if he did that,
didn't he literally have a special crypto dinner where like the top 50 fucking Trump coin holders were allowed to attend?
Yeah.
Didn't he literally actually do that?
But if they were buying
Superman's rando friend
on their own, and then he was like, "Yeah, you can come to a dinner." I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. No, wait. Hold on. This is the standard conservative go-to is like, I don't know anything about the most corrupt president in history. It's kind of crazy that you wouldn't know that the president said the top holders of this crypto coin, I'm going to invite the top like 30 or 40 or 50 of you to come and have like a special little dinner with me. That's kind of strange. You wouldn't know about that. But
the most corrupt
doesn't it kind of depend
the last president
on like where in the timeline we are?
Fire the prosecutor that is investigating my son for corruption,
because like
I will not give you $1 billion.
Luther loses his damn mind.
So
why do you think Biden? Why do you think Biden said publicly when he was on stage that he was pressuring Ukraine to fire Shokov? Why do you think he said that?
Because they wanted him fired. I don't give a fuck.
Because the entire world. Because he was a corrupt prosecutor.
On camera, according to Biden.
I think you
no, according to all of Europe and according to Ukraine, that's why he got fired.
Right?
On camera.
It's just sort of
according to Ukraine, one of the
basic
most
good
corrupt
versus evil
in the world.
That was the whole reason why they were pressuring Ukraine to move in a less corrupt direction. Yes, there was loans and there was money being made available to Ukraine on the contingency that they clean up their system. Yes.
I don't even give a shit your logic, right? Here's the deal. Biden on camera admitted to bribery.
It wasn't bribery, though. What do you mean, admitted to bribery?
Absolutely bribery. If you say, I walked into a world leader's office and said,
yep,
I will withhold taxpayer dollars,
yes,
which he doesn't have the authority to do.
He did have the authority to do it. That was the whole deal. The deal was that the United States had made available preferential loans to Ukraine that as long as they followed all of the guidelines set forth with deals that were also negotiated with the EU, that they could have money available to them to fix up their system. And firing corruption and getting rid of corruption was part of the agreement. Yes, that's why do you think he felt comfortable saying this on a world stage?
He got saved by Superman once,
Cosmic. It's just a coincidence that prosecutor was investigating Biden's son.
But what
technically, well, he wasn't investigating Biden's son. One of the open investigations was into Burisma, but there were lots of open investigations, and this investigation had been dead for years. There wasn't even good evidence that like anything was even going on here. Like, at the end of the day, Hunter brought back maybe, what, $5 to $10 million of payments from Burisma? Donald Trump makes that in a day fucking with his crypto coin. Like, what? It's not even remotely comparable.
I need to look into this because I know there were some differences.
So anyway,
hold on, just to be clear, I haven't moved a single goalpost. There was no quid pro quo. Not in the same way when Giuliani called for Zelensky and said, hey, can you guys announce an investigation into Hunter Biden? When Donald Trump said that, yeah.
Do you think that a president that is not engaging in corruption would have to pardon his entire family, pre-pardon them for crimes that apparently they didn't commit?
If he felt like they were being corruptly investigated by the other side, then they might do that.
So there definitely
for
was
example,
a
in the beginning of this debate, when I said that Donald Trump was writing executive orders to target individuals and rescinding security clearances from political opponents, that would be an example of a corrupt weaponization of the DOJ that you might want to protect people from.
Bipartisan international coalition calling on Ukraine to address corruption and reform the prosecutor general's office, led by Shokin.
No, not assume it. We would just see corruption based on the conduct of the Republicans and what they'd been like for the 4 years when Biden was president.
Directly
that would be an assumption.
No, it wouldn't be an assumption. An assumption would be baseless. The Republicans investigated Hunter Biden for 4 years and found nothing of this Burisma corruption, and instead just charged him with crimes about lying on a 4473.
Hunter Biden was convicted of a felony. What the fuck are you talking about?
The felony was lying on a 4473 about doing drugs while buying a gun. You know that nobody gets charged with this crime, right? This is not like a crime that you charge people with, right?
I understand, but it goes to character.
Goes to character.
Yeah, have you seen?
Oh well, in that case, Donald Trump was 34-time convicted felon. He's got a way worse character than Hunter Biden. Then easy, I'll take that. Fine. Hunter Biden also wasn't even in part of the government. He wasn't president of the United States. Donald Trump puts all of his family members all over the government and media.
Okay, so let's go back. To,
leverage aid to remove top prosecutor as part of anti-corruption efforts.
What was the? What was the?
Wasn't because Shokin was investigating Burisma. It was because Shokin wasn't pursuing corruption among the country's politicians. As European and American diplomats press Ukraine to clean up its corruption, they focused on Shokin's leadership of the Prosecutor General's office, which he took over in February 2015. So it does look like Biden worked with the EU on this. Mike Carpenter, who served as foreign policy advisor to the then vice president, told USA Today that Shokin, quote, never went after any corrupt individuals at all, and, quote, never prosecuted any high-profile cases of corruption. Charlie Kupchan, who was a special assistant to President Barack Obama and a senior director for European affairs on the National Security Council, said anti-corruption efforts were, quote, a big part of our diplomacy with Ukraine since, quote, it was that corruption that allowed Russia to manipulate the country politically and economically. As a result, Biden leveraged $1 billion in aid as a stick to move Ukraine forward. He was acting alongside our European allies. Everybody was of a single mind that this prosecutor was not the right guy for the job. Daria Kaliniuk, the co-founder and executive director of the Anti-Corruption Action Center in Kiev, Ukraine, credited Biden, the International Monetary Fund, which threatened to delay $40 billion in aid for similar reasons, and others with the prosecutor's removal. Civil society organizations in Ukraine were pressing for his resignation, Kaliniuk said, but no one would have cared if there had not been voices from outside this country calling on him to go. After Shokin left the Prosecutor General's office, Jan Tombinsky, the ambassador from the European Union to Ukraine, called it an opportunity to make a fresh start. I hope, Tombinsky said, that the new Prosecutor General will ensure that the Office of the Prosecutor General becomes independent from political influence and pressures and enjoys public trust. So, it seems like that wasn't a quid pro quo. He wasn't doing it to gain anything personal. He was working with other countries to do it. To have them follow through on what they were supposed to be doing in order to receive that aid. Whereas with Trump, it was literally for personal gain. Other countries have nothing to do with the vice president controlling money. They were also doing the same thing. They were threatening to withhold aid as well. He wouldn't have been able to do that unilaterally. That would have been in action of the administration. Yeah, the IMF was doing the same thing. No, well, no. It does. So the point, it doesn't really matter. The point is it a the quid pro quo comes into it if he's doing it for personal gain. That's what makes it a quid pro quo, which clearly he wasn't. He was acting in congruence with other countries. They were all of the same mind at the same time doing the same thing. This didn't really have anything to do with Burisma. In fact, he wasn't even investigating Burisma at the time. Yeah. The then vice president leveraged $8 to persuade the country to oust its top prosecutor as part of anti-corruption efforts endorsed by other international players that were unrelated to his son, Hunter Biden. Whereas in Trump's case, I mean, like we heard on the phone call, he was trying to get dirt. So it was for personal gain. Uh-oh. Wait, how did I add the personal gain?
The isms are coming up. So
authoritarian is not an ism. You mean authoritarianism?
Wait, hang on.
All right.
So if he's working in tandem with the U.S. government's stated goals, if he's working in tandem with other countries who are doing the same thing, if he's working in tandem with the IMF who's doing the same thing, and the stipulations of the deal with aid had to do with reducing corruption, how is it corruption to withhold the aid per that deal? He didn't. That's correct. He wouldn't have been able to do it. It would have had to go through Obama. Yeah. So some of the aid provided to Ukraine under the Obama administration was conditional, particularly regarding loan guarantees. Loan guarantees and anti-corruption reforms. The Obama administration threatened to withhold a $1 billion loan guarantee to Ukraine in exchange for legitimate anti-corruption reforms. So this is, while it was Biden who did the messaging, this was the administration making this threat. Okay, that's fair. Fair enough, bud. Well, how is that just like Trump? He was asking for dirt on Biden.
I mean, if you can make that make sense to me,
fair enough.
Please do.
Oh, for God's sake.
Because Merrick Garland appointed a special prosecutor that literally investigated Biden for lost security documents or for classified information. That's where the whole Her report came from.
Did Biden pardon Merrick Garland? Pre-pardon him? Was he one of them?
I'm not sure, but I'm just saying there's no evidence. There's no evidence whatsoever that he.
So you're saying because Merrick Garland never came out and admitted to corruption that he might have been taking part in, that the lack of evidence is proof that they never did anything.
I'm saying there's no evidence of it. And there's plenty of evidence of Trump doing it openly.
There is no evidence right now that the guy who cuts my hair is a pedophile. He might be a pedophile though. Like, it's a possibility, right? So like there's no evidence that just because you haven't seen evidence doesn't mean it's not happening. What I'm saying is if the standard.
Oh no, they didn't pardon him because the DOJ stated that Garland can't be prosecuted for contempt due to Biden's invocation of executive privilege.
To do certain things, that means that you can presume that it is a possibility that Biden did the same thing you're accusing Trump of.
Yes, if I had no critical ability to analyze media, then I would say that. But if I looked at the facts, if I looked at all the reports, if I looked at stuff from the White House, there's been a lot of stuff that's leaked from both White Houses. Jake Tapper wrote his whole book attacking Biden, and plenty of people in the Biden White House had their opinions on how things ran. Nobody has ever said that Biden was directing Merrick Garland. That's just never been the case. There's no evidence of that whatsoever.
Jake Tapper, the guy who said that Biden was the sharpest president ever, and then waited until they fucking railroaded him to write a book. Look, man, I'm pretty much, unless you have more topics you want to talk
about. I think we've gone for 2 hours.
I mean, we acknowledge there's no evidence that Biden directed Garland to do anything. That's good. And there's open evidence that Donald Trump thinks he controls literally unilaterally the DOJ.
By your logic, there is no evidence that Donald Trump has done anything wrong either. Because
anything wrong? Why did you make it so vague? I said he controls the DOJ on his own unilaterally.
There's no evidence that he controls the DOJ.
There literally is. What do you mean? Pam Bondi literally says, Donald Trump has directed me to look into this. Yeah. Donald Trump has and then Donald Trump literally says, I have Pam Bondi looking into this.
Yeah, like he doesn't really hide it.
Yeah, but the DOJ is supposed to operate independently.
But Donald Trump is her boss.
So he can hire and fire. That's it.
But he can also direct his attorney general. Presidents direct their attorney generals.
People don't typically direct their attorney generals like that. That's not the norm.
Okay.
That's not true.
Sure. Let's end it there because I feel like we'll go 30 minutes on this.
I'm just curious. Wait, just as a media critical person, do you know what the three branches of government are?
Yeah, the judiciary, executive, and legislative.
Okay, good job.
Yeah,
A+.
I didn't think he was.
Let's go to.
I didn't think he wasn't going to know that.
Since Destiny went first, then I think Misfit, you should go first for the closing statement.
Sure.
Say whatever you need, and go ahead.
Okay. I mean, my closing statement is going to be similar to my opening statement. I'm just going to rattle through the list of achievements, and I think that any real critical thinking person will say that if you look at your life now versus I would say even 6 months or 8
wait, before we do
ago.
closings, what do we think about the Epstein thing? Can we just visit that for 2 seconds? How do we feel about
If Misfit has time, then
let's do the Epstein thing. Come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's limit it to like 5-ish minutes. But
I'm just curious. It seems like the Epstein thing is a pretty big fumble.
Pam Bondi should be fired.
Do you think he's going to fire her?
No. But
Why
she should
not?
be. Well, here's the thing about the Epstein files, the whole situation with the Epstein files, right? None of it's really an indictment against Trump, other than he definitely hired the wrong person for Attorney General because she spent her time lying to the American people about how there was this big bombshell that didn't
exist. Bros are tired.
And now that there's a big nothing burger, it's a bad reflection on Trump. So she should be fired on that alone.
What about the evidence that the FBI was pointing out where Donald Trump is coming up in the Epstein files and then filtering that information
like a shit ton of times.
Everyone knew Donald Trump was in the Epstein files, and he knew that when he was releasing them.
Okay, so don't you think like Kash Patel and Dan Bongo Balls, shouldn't both these people get fired too? All three of these people should be gone, right?
What do you mean? Hold on.
Wasn't Kash Patel and Don Bongino, weren't they also saying that there is like huge information that they were going to be able to delete?
Before they were in office, before they were in the administration and actually saw the lack of evidence, they made a presumption that there was evidence there that I believe was already destroyed. And I don't think that anybody on your side has any credible argument for the Epstein files when Biden had 4 years to release the Epstein files.
Wait, why didn't maybe Donald Trump destroy them all? When Epstein died, when he was president?
No, that's not true. The case was still, the Ghislaine Maxwell case was going until like late 2024. So that's not true. Biden couldn't have just released them because they were still sealed under the Ghislaine Maxwell case.
Put his DOJ in charge that Epstein was actually arrested. right? Epstein was arrested under Donald Trump. Epstein
doesn't that hurt? Yeah. So if he was arrested under Donald Trump, put into jail, and then died in prison, in a federal prison, and now, so how would Biden even have the chance to destroy any files? Seems like this is all under Donald Trump's supervision. Maybe Donald Trump was protecting himself.
I mean, he did die in 2019, and that was close to when Donald Trump was on his way out, and he was kind of busy with that whole COVID thing.
It was 2 years after, but...
Well, COVID,
Wait,
I mean...
He died in 2019, which was before COVID, but okay.
Died in 2019, and then so that would give about a year and change where Trump probably could have.
He said he wants to expand it beyond DC. I mean, do we?
Okay. Do you think there's like a big incentive for Trump to hide that maybe because he's in the files?
Anytime there's crime in like a city, we should just deploy the National Guard.
Trump is the only person that cooperated with the DOJ
I feel like that wasn't
and
a fair
testified
question.
against Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump kicked out Jeffrey Epstein.
Like, where do you feel like the limit should
30 years
be
ago and
on
has
deploying
no
the National Guard?
After he knew that Epstein was stealing employees there to go bring to his own place. Yeah, he let him take one and then he brought him back. And after the second one, he was like, okay, now you're gone.
No, he knew he was stealing employees. He didn't know that he was a sex trafficker.
Oh, that's crazy. Because then why did he fire him after he took the second employee? After he's literally saying on record.
Initially, I said, should that be the new norm, like to have the National Guard just deployed whenever a city has too much violence? But then I felt like that was kind of more aggressive of a question than I wanted to lob your way, so I revised to say, like, where do you think the limit should be on deploying, like the National Guard for dealing with violence? Because my understanding is that it's generally only supposed to be used in like dire situations. Violent crime, yeah. Although I've seen some people question those statistics. I haven't looked into them myself, but that was my understanding, Casper.
And then the FBI said that, like, we go ahead and noted all the places where he was in the files, and then the DOJ decides not to have anything.
Hold on. Let's use your own logic that you're applying to Donald Trump against Joe Biden and against Barack Obama.
I mean,
Joe Biden and Barack Obama are very good friends with the Clintons, and Bill Clinton was on the Epstein plane 27 times. He was on the island. There was a painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress and red high heels.
So technically, that's not
in
exactly
the
true.
Building where they were fucking kids.
I'd prefer
so
it's not.
You can put two and two together and create Donald Trump's a pedophile, but,
hang on one second,
you can't even fucking remotely entertain the idea that Biden or Obama, who had way more time, could have destroyed evidence to protect their fucking social circle. Like, I mean, come on, dude.
No, I don't think that makes any sense. That none of them had.
How?
Well, you said it yourself that Epstein didn't end up being arrested until under Trump's administration. We know that Epstein is on recording saying that he was best friends with Donald Trump for 10 years. You know that if that same recording existed for him saying he was the best friends with the Clintons or the Obamas, you guys would be losing your mind over. But because it was with Trump, nobody cares about it.
They were friends in the 90s. Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in 2000 and was it 4? I think it was.
So you think that he just started all of it and got arrested immediately?
No, he got arrested for having an underage hooker. I believe it was 2004. That was under Bush, right? So you had Bush who arrested.
Yeah, but everybody knew that he liked young girls before then. Trump and everybody else had said that. Trump even sent him a birthday card. It was in that thing that got published recently that he got really mad about it. That he's suing the Wall Street Journal for.
The thing that's completely fucking made up. He wrote on a pubic area. Do you have any idea how ridiculous? Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
You think that whole story is fake?
Yes, that's why he's suing them.
You think that if you sue somebody, it means you're okay? Interesting.
I mean, it doesn't make sense on its face. It's basically like this probably would have come up in the decades-long investigations. It just conveniently comes out now that there was this magical birthday card that shows up right as the Epstein files are.
What about when Donald Trump on video is wishing Ghislaine well, even though he knows that she's in prison or whatever, and he's like, "Well, her husband died, and I wish her well. I wish her well."
I think that's just a saying, but either way, right?
Just a saying?
No. Let's not do the thing where you pivot and try.
I'm not pivoting. I'm just saying there's a lot of connections between Trump and Epstein.
No. Let's go back. You said there's a lot of connections to Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, right? I have told you the connections to Donald Trump ceased in the 1990s. Bill Clinton was on the Lolita Express 27 times, and there is a painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress with red high heels on that has been authenticated and verified by the Department of Justice. They found a painting of Bill Clinton, which looks like a portrait that he posed.
I think we can all agree that Bill Clinton was a massive perv. Like, people on the left are not going to argue with that.
I don't even know, where is this painting?
You haven't heard of this? I mean, go you can look it up. Look up Bill Clinton blue dress painting. It's real, by the way.
Sorry about that, guys.
So Bill Clinton,
I'm back,
who is friends with Jeffrey Epstein after the 90s, on the Lolita Express at the island, where they had sex with.
Aren't like police supposed to just generally like? Don't most cities have like SWAT teams and riot teams and all of that stuff? Oh, we need more Earl. Need more Earl on that script.
Bill, George Bush too, because they're all buddies. To destroy.
Wait, where do you think this painting? Where do you think this painting came from?
That came from the island. That was in Jeffrey Epstein's.
Yeah, but who like commissioned the painting? Where did it come from?
I can't remember.
So it was some random Australian artist like painted this painting because she thought it was funny, like making fun of Bill, and then apparently Epstein bought it and he showed it at his island. This wasn't like made for Epstein. It wasn't made by Epstein, and it wasn't like.
So still so Epstein was such good friends with Bill Clinton that he bought that painting, brought it to the island so that he could show Bill Clinton and have a laugh.
Or it's just a funny painting because it's a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress on a chair pointing at somebody.
Okay, so again, Jeffrey Epstein was such good friends with Bill Clinton that he bought that
couldn't
painting.
You just buy this to make fun of somebody? Why would you have to be really good friends to buy a painting like this?
Because they were good friends. He was on the Lolita Express 27
we don't
times.
have. We've got. Wait, you acknowledge there's more evidence that Epstein was good friends with Trump than he was with Bill Clinton? No.
No, I would not acknowledge that.
What?
I would say.
Wait, but like, didn't Epstein say it himself?
Was friends with Epstein at the height of his proclivities.
So in 2002, Trump told New York.
Wait, but I guess my next question to you, Sleepy, is then, if any city has higher crime stats than the rest of the country, does that mean we need to automatically deploy the National Guard there? I'm looking up crime stats because I do think it is somewhat high compared to the rest of the country. Well, no, it's number 25. It's like right in the middle. Oh no, so this lists 100 cities. So it's in the top fourth. There's a lot, but there are a lot of other cities that have worse crime. I'm not against it if it lowers crime. Okay. I'm sort of with Casper on this. Although technically the National Guard can be used in certain conditions against civilians, I generally want to refrain from federal troops intervening in civilian issues and municipal issues if they can avoid it. That seems like DC doesn't really want it. And then there's like a bunch of other cities here that, like, you know, Memphis. So St. Louis is number 1 on this list. Then Detroit, then Baltimore, then Memphis, then Kansas City. I mean, like, there's a lot of other cities. If you were going to do it, those feel like you'd probably want to go there first. Houston is worse than DC. Nashville. Well, yeah, but I mean... I mean, I think this has more to do with the fact that Big Balls got beat up there, personally, and because it was like a big news thing. I think if there was like a big news thing that happened in another city, he probably would have deployed it there, like he did with LA. Yeah, I mean, like, in that extent, yeah. Although, you know, realistically, he's not in much danger. but that's I guess a fair interpretation. But yeah, I don't like it. I don't want to see that. I feel like we should leave things to municipal police if we can. You know, something I would prefer is like, you know, if he wants to like in earnest like assist the DC police with like a big upgrade. I feel like that's a great idea instead of federalizing. Let's see, what are we looking at? 30, how much does this put out? $90, okay. I think it was a response to... I mean, did you hear about what happened with that Big Balls dude? Yeah, I don't want private security either. I'd like to put more money into the DC Municipal Police. That would be my guess. That would be, not my guess. My like idea. Yeah, the dude who worked at Doge. The like 19-year-old kid who was like one of the lead hackers at Doge or whatever. So he got assaulted and it went like super, super, super viral. And now just a couple days later, he's doing this. So I think it really is like a response to this happening. Yeah. Because this was just a few days ago. Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, I think that's certainly part of the equation. But again, like, I don't necessarily have a problem with him working to lower the crime rate in DC. I think there are a lot of other ways to do that beyond deploying the National Guard. Because, like, you know, it's not like usually for the National Guard, you're going to deploy those in the case of, like, an immediate serious emergency. Rather than just to police streets. That feels a little fucky. So, yeah, like I said, I would very much more be in favor of, like, immediately finding a way to, like, greatly up the budget and hiring of the DC police and, you know, their SWAT teams and all of that stuff. That's what I would do. I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
End, but
yeah, I'm not seeing anything, so it's hard to say.
Is anyone in the chat confirming me?
Nope, nobody else has
found
anything.
I'm just looking at ChatGPT and says that.
Okay, right now from the Hill, President Trump. Oh, sorry.
What's the point? I did see that. Yep. That is like really concerning to me that now he's saying he wants to extend it beyond DC, and it's just because I mean like at this point, if you're federalizing the National Guard, like, you know, at least with LA, he could argue there was like some sort of insurrection. I don't think you could argue that you could federalize the National Guard and deploy it around the country just because crime rates are high. That does not appear to be the case in any of the legal documentation or laws.
evidence or credible reporting indicating Donald Trump was interviewed by the Department of Justice concerning Jeffrey Epstein?
He absolutely was. I'm not even guessing on this. I'm not misremembering.
I think what you're thinking is because the DOJ interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell.
No. I think it was the FBI.
Because there's a really important distinction made between using the military and municipal forces. The province of law enforcement is supposed to be left to municipalities. So, like, you actually are not supposed to just be able to deploy the National Guard. And it's meant to stop, a president from potentially using federal power to, use the military to sort of bully cities or groups around.
Epstein phone call saying he was personal best friends with Bill Clinton or Barack Obama or anybody else for 10 years, right?
Yeah, but Donald Trump, you're talking about 30 years ago, right? Or now it's more like 30.
I don't think Epstein became a pedophile when he turned like 58. I don't think he just like transformed into that.
Yes, but you would have to make a leap from the...
I mean, again, it's like in the law, like you can't just do that. You remember when we were looking over how you can federalize the National Guard? You remember when we spent that time like looking at the rules and the stipulations for doing that? I mean, like whether it would get the job done more quickly or not, and we could argue about like, is that like ethical under American sort of values, the way we hold things? That's like a different position. Like legally, it doesn't appear to be the case that you could just do that. I mean, it definitely didn't mention anything about crime rates being high and using it for that. As far as I remember. Yeah, it's probably gonna get. Yeah, it's probably gonna get. It'll go through the legal process, and then we'll see. Right now, they're arguing the legality of his deployment to LA in federal court. Federal takeover of DC police. Let's see. Okay. Invokes rare, but legal. Presidential authorities. Officials say he's wrong to say that crime has spiraled out of control. Okay, so I need like a specific understanding of what that means. The Home Rule Act. So this only applies to DC. So he couldn't use this in other cities. Declaring a crime emergency. So he has to declare a crime emergency. What constitutes a crime emergency? Okay. On August 11th, Trump invoked Section 740, declaring a public safety emergency of rampant crime in the city. In contrast, city and federal crime statistics show violent crime in the district at a 30-year low, after reaching a 20-year high the year before. Trump at the same time announced the deployment of 800 troops from the District of Columbia National Guard, with 100 to 200 expected to be on duty at any given time. Both would be commanded by the head of the U.S. Marshal Service under the United States Attorney General Pam Bondi. In support of his claims, Trump cited a chart from social media containing several errors and out-of-date statistics. All right, let me see this. Oh, fuck you. I don't want to subscribe to your thing. Yeah, it seems like DC is going to push up harder than ever for statehood now. Hang on. Whoop. Why? Why did that happen? Anyway. Long threatened to take control of D.C., saying he wants to crack down on violent crime in the district, although police statistics show in the past 2 years violent crime in Washington, D.C. has fallen dramatically. Yeah. Well, when he finishes up for the evening, jump on in there and tell him to come on over. Section 740 of the DC Home Rule Act does have some limitations. The emergency control will expire in 30 days unless the Senate and House enact into law a joint resolution to extend it. Wow. Okay, hang on. Home Rule Act extension. Does Home Rule Act Section 740 extension require a Senate supermajority? This is a joint resolution? Oh, nope, simple majority. So he won't have any problem getting that extended. That's about a 30-day time frame on ABC News Live. U.S. Attorney for District of Columbia, Janine fucking Pirro, said the president has sent a real clear message about the direction he wants to take D.C. I think at the end of 30 days, he'll make the right decision. That's what he's going to do at that point going forward, she said. Oh, man. Okay. So, like, I mean, like, it doesn't bother you at all. Like, we could be in a situation where for the next, ostensibly a year, right, if he wants to, the National Guard is just deployed as, like, the police of Washington, D.C. Would that bother you? I don't necessarily think the National Guard will make it worse. I do think there is a lot of sort of American precedent for not having the military interfere with civilian affairs and civilian operations of municipal governments when not absolutely necessary. It is very against, this is going to sound a little esoteric, the spirit of America to have the military operating within our borders. I just find it to be very un-American. The legality we can kind of look at, you know, and quibble over that, and we can always like take a look into that. And we'll see that play out in the courts. But you know, as a country that got away from a king and so on and so forth, having our streets policed by the commander-in-chief is well, I don't like that. I want to avoid it. And I think there are ways to do it that don't involve that. I think the military should be the military and used for protecting our country, not policing it. As for whether they make it worse or not, I don't know. I think in the beginning people are going to be pissed and you might see some unrest. But I wish people wouldn't, because if you see unrest, right, that's just going to make them say like, "Ah, see? I was fucking right. I was right." So I hope they don't do that. I hope it's like LA where they're standing around mostly doing nothing. So, you know, it's kind of embarrassing. That's what I hope happens. I mean, this idea that, like, DC is, like, you can't, like, walk in the streets of DC isn't really true either. Like, most of that city is pretty safe. I mean, my mom lives there, my aunt lives there, my uncle lives there. They feel pretty safe. The U.S. is not a very crime-ridden country in general. How much?
For tomorrow, I think.
Was he done?
That Brad Taste guy. That'll be interesting.
Oh, no way.
I love you. Be careful. Stay safe. We're putting
All right, y'all can jump in there and tell people to come over. What's in it? Oh, yeah, I know that. However, like, statistically, the U.S. is a lot safer than a lot of other fucking countries. Like, I feel way safer out on the streets in most places in the United States than I would in a lot of other places. But just like anywhere else, it depends on where you are. Another thing he could do... Oh, yeah, this is another great idea. Another thing you could do is you could concentrate... you know, you could, like, reallocate police resources from safer parts of the city to more dangerous parts of the city until you're able to train up, like, excuse me, more police forces in general. That's another thing you can do. That would give some immediate relief while you're building up police forces and spending more money in the police force. I mean, there's all kinds of other things you could do besides federalizing the police and the National Guard. MAGA Guy Destiny just debated was actually retarded. Yeah, we were watching it over here, actually. Although we were pausing a lot. Tiny stream ended some. Folks will be coming over. Yes, here. What up, bud? We're talking about Disa Police Shita. Oh, Blue Collared. Blue Collard's coming over too. Woot! Let me give him some flowies. Our Canadian buddy. Yeah, I was interesting. Like, I rarely see Puggy going in super hard on one of these guys, but she did not like this guy. Hey, my duder. What's up? How's it going? Oh, Mika Jew. You have been summoned. Get your Mika emotes ready. Get your Mika emotes ready. Hover those hands over the mice. Oh man, I'm real sore. Mika, come over here. Come and say hello. I'm chilling, dog. I am sore and sunburnt. I was out on a jet ski all day yesterday. Hi, real sore. I'm dead. There it is. It's not 500 points, my guy. It's 5,000 points for the chicken dance. Oh, my girl. You want peanut? You want peanut? Can you say please? You say please? Say please. Come on. Dance for me, monkey. Say please. What are you doing to me? You're embarrassing me. Say please. Oh, that was okay. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. You're such a good girl. I'll give you that one. All right. Oh, we got Gaza the Hutt eating. What up, Shane? Yeah, we were watching a little bit of it here, but we were also getting into some little mini debates, so we kept pausing. Just for the Aussie glasses. I'll give you guys a free Aussie glasses. What's that? What's that, my girl? You gonna show it off? That's right. That's my girl. Good girl. Can I get you 5? We have a special emote just for her. Right? Yeah. Good girl. Alright. I gotta sit back down. Get out of here. Go ahead. Go on now. You go back to your nap. Good girl. So yeah, we were just talking about this DC thing, and then I guess I was gonna talk about my position on subreddit posts on the debate went wild. Lots of dank memes. Oh, link it. Let's take a look. Let us take a look. Hi, babes. What you doing? Pause this in the background. Let me see. Let me see. Sick. Mr. Patriot, textbook example. Conservatives being way too comfortable being completely incurious. Yeah, I was like, there was a lot of stuff he was saying. I was like, bro, like, a lot of the points that he was saying were like way out of date talking points that have been super hard debunked by now. Guy preparing opening, completely psychoanalyzing Destiny. Oh yeah, what was that? What was that? That felt like he was just trying to lay the ground to just, instead of actually argue the merits, just do like, well, everyone watching should just dismiss what you say because because of these things that I'm pointing out here. Hard projection, yeah. The MAGA guy was flailing so bad towards the end when he couldn't find any evidence to support his claim. even the moderator said didn't exist because it's true, because it is. Yeah, and that's like Alex too. Alex is like no friend exactly to the left, right? Like he can be pretty right wing in a lot of ways. Reddit Goblin in training. Without an ounce of shame, anyone who's ever felt shame couldn't imagine themselves saying any of the words leaving this guy's mouth without cringing into a new dimension. I don't know where to begin, but where destiny should end is psychoanalyzing this Chud Simpleton. Even Puggy, like Puggy warned me before the debate started. She was like, this guy is an idiot. Yeah, like his entire opening statement was just ad hom after ad hom. Alex hates Trump. Oh, I didn't know that. That guy was so cooked. I was passively listening to jump in chat and listen intently when I heard how absolutely retarded he was. Like, let me hear that. He essentially said, I suck at this stuff. He's going to manipulate me into looking wrong. None of this is serious and I can't even win, but it's fun for me, so I keep doing it. Getting dog walked is fun. This guy's insane. Somebody said at the beginning that he he tried to discredit him by saying he was bisexual. Is that accurate? Is that really what he did? Like, was that who said that? One of y'all said that to me, I think. Right? Jesus Christ, dude. Goodness gracious. Something about him sucking cock. Oh, God damn. Brought up the Pixie stuff, of course. Ava was hooking up with Mel in the dancing clip. What is this crap? Jesus, dude. So I saw him do a debate with Owen Troyer on Israel-Palestine, and it was just insanely frustrating. Because Owen's a fucking idiot. And this guy, I was like, bro, like, I agree with you on a lot of your points. I also disagree with you on a lot of your points, but like you're just not arguing them very effectively. I don't know. This guy, I mean, like he was, I remember he was making like trickle down economics points in 2025, like Reaganomics points in 2025. Dog, what are you doing? Yeah, good for clips content, indeed. Steelman, why people like this deserve moral consideration. Even use it to mount a proper attack. Ooh, that was rough. That was rough. Elvis, you trying to say Trump going down 0.2 inflation in 6 months? Yeah, but like, isn't CPI went up, right? July's CPI index is expected to show prices rose at a faster clip annually compared to June. The report, due Tuesday, so tomorrow morning, comes as investors stay alert to how much President Trump's tariffs are starting to affect consumer costs. So, like, I don't know about all of you, but I have absolutely noticed that costs are going up. Like, it is, you know, sometimes inflation happens and I don't, like, really notice it, right? Like, yeah, I understand that the stats say, like, prices have gone up. But, like, in my day-to-day and shit that, like, I spend, I'm like, I don't really notice it that much. Like, I have, since these tariffs went, I have absolutely noticed that prices have gone up. I think I used, the last time I was talking about this, I used an example of dog food for Mika, right? Usually a 35-pound bag of her food cost, like before, it cost around $70, right? Around $70, like after tax. Now it's like $85. And I'm talking like from the beginning of the year until now. So that's rough. That was rough. Yo, Nick, what's up? My workplace, I just entered a 170% tariff for one of our suppliers. Jesus Christ. I worked in a grocery store in COVID times up to 2022. That was a wild time right before I quit TBH. Yeah, that's probably true. Like, COVID pricing was everywhere. Oh, man, shit was so expensive. What up? How's it going? Did you just come over from that debate, Nick? We're talking about it. Shane here did this subreddit, or this post in Destiny subreddit. Joining in, feel free to drop a follow if you has not followed. We always appreciate that. Yeah, like I was kind of going in and out. We were watching it a little bit on the stream, but also me and Sleepy were having some side conversations, and so I kept pausing it as we were like talking about it. So I didn't watch everything, but a lot of the stuff I did watch, I was like, that's wrong. That's incorrect, sir. And I was like fact checking as I was watching. You're one of the proletariat. Oh, jeez, man. How the fuck is he trying to say Trump going down? Okay, we just looked that up. That's right. CPI report coming up is probably not going to be great. The guy is fucking redacted. Literally doesn't know anything. But for some reason, he keeps demanding Stephen show evidence when he cannot prove a single fucking thing he says. Claiming every answer is a pivot. Yeah, he said that a lot. I see this part of the stream, but it resonates with something I've been wondering about, but not put into words, which is that there are a lot of people who taught predominantly on mnemonics, are capable of engaging with media without engaging with ideas. They're actually deathly afraid of engaging with ideas. That's insightful. Bro just wanted to ignore facts, only vibes and feelings. Well, let's be real. Is that not like most of people who engage with politics nowadays? And I'm not even like faulting them for that. Like, not everybody has time like we do to like, you know, autistically go over shit all the time every day. But like, yeah, the problem is like they don't autistically go over things like super hard every day, but then they hold positions strongly as though they do. And I know I've said this anecdote before, right? When I was like a kid, and some of you guys, I don't know, this might resonate with some of you. For those of you who've been watching me for a while, who know me, y'all know that I grew up around politics, right? Like federal government, both of my parents, right? I would go to the State Department like all the time growing up. My mother is still at the State Department. And so like when I was a kid and I was always surrounded by politics, I used to talk a lot of politics, even when I was really young, because, of course, you learn about the things around you. And, I'd go to school, and nobody else back then really gave a shit about politics, right? We're talking, like, late 90s, early 2000s, right? I'm just, like, a kid in elementary and middle school and shit. Nobody really gave a shit about politics. And so I used to wish, like, man, this shit is so important. I wish more people cared about fucking politics because this is our lives. Now, here I am, right, like, 20 plus years later with just like a hardcore case of be careful what you wish for, man, because the more people have gotten involved in politics, the more it's become like that piece of entertainment that people just engage with for fun, for engagement, for like the adrenaline or the anger dopamine that they have and all of that shit. And so few people actually like engage with it like in good faith and try to understand issues. And it's fucking cancer, man. It's fucking cancer. It's just super unserious. Yeah. Weaponizer. Talk to these people makes me not want to reunite with any old friends because of how moronic they probably are now. And I'm Canadian. Hey, blue collar. That's one of your country people. Once he's done golfing. It's political hobbyism these days. Yep. Yeah, everybody when they were when they were in lockdown, they had nothing to do but like get angry on the internet. Misfit did the Pee Wee Herman debate. Opponent projects their own flaw onto another with the I know you are, but what am I deflection. Classic. A winner. Conspiracy tards have taken over. True. Everybody. Bro, the left is like filled with a lot of conspiracy people too now. It's rough, dude. It's rough. Like we can't see like Trump do anything without like a bunch of lefties. Like, you remember? This was the craziest thing to me, bro. This was the point for me when I was like, oh my God, conspiracism has completely infected the left as well. When Trump got his little ear boo-boo, right? From the sniper. And everybody on either side, I had friends of mine calling me and going, what do you think? Do you think there's something to this? Like, is this some, did they try to set this up to, like, help Trump? And I was like, bro, y'all are fucking crazy. What the hell is going on here? And it was like this wake up moment where I'm like, dude, like, everybody is like, everyone thinks they're living in a movie now. Like, nobody lives in reality. Jesus. Oh yeah, this was the thing that drove me nuts, the vacation days thing. He quoted like the RNC, and then when Destiny like looked it up and pointed out how they were miscalculating, the RNC was miscalculating that number, he comes back and is like, oh yeah, well your numbers miscalculate that too. But they weren't. That's the thing. Is like they used the miscalculation to match Biden's number, right, which included all of these partial days and all of that, to Trump's number, which didn't include any of those things. And even with all of that together, he was two people more. 2 days more. 2 days more. That's it. Recent ContraPoints video on conspiracism is incredible. Like the one from like a few months ago. I thought the libs were trolling conservatives with the fake shooting stories. Nah, dog. I wish. My friends, I had like at least 2 or 3 different friends who are like moderate Democrats, by the way. Not like far lefties either. Like moderate Democrats. Y'all know who you are. I love you anyway. You know I love you. And they called me and they were like, yo, what's going on here? And it was like so weird to have like multiple of them call me one after another. And I just laughed and I was like, no, dude, come on. It was just some fucking crazy guy who wanted to kill Trump for whatever reason. But everything, everything has to be like, you can't look at anything without trying to frame it as like, here's my opportunity to attack the other side, right? There used to be, like, people still try to pretend like that's an important thing, right? That like they care about, okay, we want the optics of, when like the other side does it, they want to like yell at you, be like, oh, how dare you use this to politicize? How dare you use this to politicize? But then as soon as they have an opportunity, they do it right away. And then they go, oh, we're not politicizing it because of this and this and this reason. It's just it's the same thing. It was super frustrating that they both missed him arguing that Trump works while golfing. Actually would hurt his argument. That would mean they need to add those days to his total. Right. Also, welcome, Bob. Hello. Yeah, that was, from the bits I saw, and I'll watch the whole thing later on my own time, it was rough going, friends. That was rough going. Goodness. I didn't watch that first debate. How many of y'all watched that first debate? To be fair, there are even better arguments for the left falling into conspiracies beyond the ear boo-boo. The Democrats have a revolving villain of the week because they don't want to help people, or the donor class, or AIPAC controls the country and Democratic Party, right? Gotta love it. Now the lefties have gone mainstream with their Jews control everything conspiracy. Means they're really making it. You've become a player on the stage when you have a Jews control everything conspiracy. That's when okay, you're playing with the big boys. You've made it as a wing of a political party. Anyway, yeah. I don't like this. Went over it earlier. I think there's a lot of other things we could be doing here. And I don't like how happy he is to federalize things and deploy the military within our borders. I just don't like it. I like this sweet, that's my donor class one. Jenkins a big teddy bear. Yeah, that might be one that we have to add. Oh, guys, it's going to be tough. We're going to have to pick something else to drop. Oh, we have so many good sound bites. Anyway. Do we want to move on to Gaza, or do we still want to vent about this? I could do both. Not this. I mean the debate. Got in and out on both while doing other stuff. The first one, at least the guy seemed intelligent enough to make his bad arguments sound plausible. Wasn't very interesting. Yeah, because we were missing a certain Finkelfuck who would have made it somewhat interesting, but also like slow as molasses. That sounds good. The Gaza stuff. Debate, but I know you wanted to talk about the Gaza problem. I mean, we got time. We can keep talking about the debate for a while. And then we can move on to Gaza. Yeah. I mean, I feel like when Puggy is like, nah, you know, fuck this guy. she was like prepping me ahead of time, like before it even started. She was like, hey, just get ready, this guy fucking sucks. She was clowning on him. That must have been nice for her, because usually she's like, you know, she's going against the current, right, in Tiny's chat. But this time she was like, nah, fuck this dude, man. Yikes. Super yikes, bro. Oh. Did you see the new Willie Mac video? Maybe? Puggy's goated. You gotta find the quote. I love Puggy, dude. I love Puggy. Puggy's great. It all clicked when at the end he shouted his Rumble shit. Wait, no, what? I missed that part. He shouted out his Rumble shit. Wait, what was so goated? What was so great about it? What's up with the new Willie Mac video? I might have seen it. Let me pull up my YouTube. About Lampanada. Terrible Tostito. Oh, I only watched half of it. We could watch that too if you guys want. Yeah. I only watched half of it. If you guys want to watch that, we can watch that too. I mean, listen. There are few things I love more than hating on that piece of shit, Bad Empanada. I love it so much. He is gross. I hate him so much. And Daniel knows. I have aside from the he'd probably say that I deserve the wall. I have an extra grudge against him. Because I'm half Argentinian. And that fucking Australian cuckbag went to my country. Bro, I hope Millet catches wind of the kind of shit that he's spewing and deports him or something, or revokes his visa or something. He's not. Fuck off, Daniel. He is 0% Argentinian. I bet he speaks Spanish with the most Aussie fucking accent. Okay? Son of a bitch. Send him to CCOT. Send him to a re-education camp, dog. I would love... Oh. I would love that. That would be amazing. Bad Empanada in a re-education camp. Oh. No, better yet. Send him to Gaza. No. Let him go. Let him go. I mean, based on what's happening now, he won't be there for very long, I guess. It's part of my criticism. A little spoilery. I am not very happy with this latest Gaza policy, if I'm honest. I think there's a lot of problems with it. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Let's watch this crap. Ooh. So it's half an hour, so we'll do 1.5.
Bad Empanada is a known doxer and harasser. You go on his Twitter account at any time, you can see him doxing people. He's probably the most famous for being the one who claimed he called CPS on Ethan and Gila. He's constantly encouraging
right?
people to do it.
What
He
a
literally
piece of
opened up a
shit.
CPS merch line because he thinks it's so funny.
Got a hat. I did CPS. The CPS logo with the 2 skulls, of course.
Dude, a fucking dingus of like
He knowingly defames people.
epic
In my last video, I pointed
proportions.
out,
This
Bad Empanada
guy,
constantly claims that Lonerbox's dad was part of a militia group that killed a bunch of civilians. No evidence for it.
a
His response to
shitbag
was
of the
worst rap I've
highest
ever heard.
order.
And then he just
At
doubled
least
down
he
on everything made
fucking
up.
trimmed
Who
down
claimed
his
that I called
shitty
Lonerbox?
beard.
That I said that Lonerbox's dad participated in the South
Yes,
to Killer
this
massacre, which he
man
absolutely
should
did, by the
not
way.
have
Lonerbox
access
never
to the
disproves it
internet.
until he disproves that it's true.
Honestly, bro, like if he were in the United States, he probably would be in jail by now, right? Because like you can't just keep doxing people like that.
So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that when my docs gets found, Bad Empanada immediately posted everywhere. Uploads a video blasting my name, my bride's name, the address of her wedding, all over the internet. It's also come out that he's swatting people, filing fake police reports, all
Oh
while
my
plugging his
God,
Patreon. So I figured if he's
Daniel.
making money off of my docs, I should
You
too.
fuck.
So thank you, Exter, for helping me cope. Do you have a big fat bulky wallet that's worn and beat down like this? Is your friend or family member living with the same burdens in life? Well, not anymore because Exter is making the smartest wallets in the game. I've been using
I don't
Exter for
care
about a
about
month
this.
now. Button, you got Exter Finder card, variety of different colors and vacuum kit. This little thing matches here, and boom, key cases to back
We're not
up your
gonna
order.
buy.
Thank you, Exter, for sponsoring this video. So
Okay.
where were we? Oh yeah, Bad Empanada fabricating entire background stories about me and my wife.
A certain slop tuber who does nothing but make videos in which he attacks pro-Palestinian people and de facto, as a result of that, helps to further Israel's genocide in Gaza, has been outed as having been honeypotted by Israel. Israel is literally assigning slop tubers government-assigned Israeli wives.
Man,
Bro, that
misogyny-
is like I've already seen this part, but even like just hearing that, like without any context at all, you gotta be like, bro, are you fucking retarded? What the hell is wrong with you? Like, what is your evidence for any of that fucking shit? What are you fucking talking about? Bro, like, how fucking nuts do you have to be?
Get at their job, because me and my girl started dating 8 years ago when I was still a nobody on YouTube.
So the slop tuber in question is Willie Mac Show. He's suddenly making pro-Israel content constantly. He's suddenly making nothing but videos attacking pro-Palestine people.
I covered a sound before all this. It just turns out a war starting.
Bro, he's just like, nothing. Like, there's no reasoning here. He's reasoning completely inductively. It's ridiculous. What a fuck, man.
In the Middle East didn't make him any better at covering the news. So guess what? I was able to make more YouTube videos. He never addresses my actual points. It's just character assassinations for why I should be doxxed. Bad Empanada then doxes another YouTuber with the justification that he's a Nazi and that it's for journalistic interest. And then he says that's why it's important to dox me and my wife because she's Israeli.
You're actually allowed to reveal personal information about people, especially their real names, if it's within journalistic interest. You know, if they're
Is that true? I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure you can't just do that. I mean, he's just making shit up, right? I don't know. Yeah, like I think he's just making that up. Because he wants to. And because he's trying to like say, wait, what does he stream on? What does he stream on? Don't tell me it's Twitch. You know they're lying because the incels would be all over it. True. YouTube? No. YouTube allows this, but the minute I watch fucking COVID bullshit so I can argue against the anti-vaxxers, I get a fucking strike, and they let this fucking brainlet stream this crazy shit? Are you kidding me? Bro, what a bunch of fucking horseshit! What a bunch of fucking horseshit! Oh my god! What do you mean 3/5 of the way? What are you talking about?
is journalistic reason for doing so. And exposing a clear conflict of interest in this guy's content and his personal life is journalistic interest. It's why, for example, I can tell you that the YouTuber Zoomer Historian, a neo-Nazi history YouTuber,
great.
is this guy.
Fuck.
I can tell you this because it is within journalistic interest to do so, even though he did not release his information himself
Fucking
publicly. Just like
hell.
how I can tell you that Willie Mac Show is William McConville, and he is getting married to Yale. Now, I am not going to give you the full name of the person he's getting married to.
He literally just scrolled down and showed her full name. I reported the video, and he added this little blurb, but it still doesn't cover her name.
She is Israeli, and she was assigned to him by the Israeli government. They've taken down this page, but as you can see, it is freely available on Google. They, for some reason, as the guy who's a public figure, decided to just publicly announce in public his wedding.
How is this allowed on YouTube?
Willie had tweeted, he's tried to report the videos of Empanada for the doxing harassment for YouTube. So it doesn't make like TOS, dude. Oh my god. I hate this fucking timeline.
Went on the H3 podcast, which is a podcast that frequently doxes people. In Ethan's recent video talking about his lawsuit against 3 young women, he included unredacted legal filings that he made that include their real names and their real locations.
That's just how legal filings work.
Here's a video clip of Ethan Klein doxing a random Instagram commenter on his show. Ethan goes through the guy's Instagram, brings up pictures of his family members.
Question. Did he just say Ethan with an F instead of a TH? Mispronouncing bitch-ass motherfucker.
Commented from their Instagram account with their full name talking trash to Ethan.
Do me a favor, Daniel. Hit him with the typo in chat for Ethan.
Pictures of them and their family on it. I didn't get sued. I didn't comment on your video with my full name. At the end of the day, my crimes are marrying a Jew and going on a podcast. He's nonstop lying about me and my wife, saying she was in the IDF. His fans are saying she murdered babies. He's saying propagandists should die as he's calling me a paid propagandist. They're saying we're valid.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, how? How is this allowed? Wait, why is he banned on Twitch? How is he banned on Twitch but not on YouTube? I mean, it's kind of is for kick streamers, no? Twitch is burning their reputation like crazy. It's so ironic that they are currently the default streamer platform, but they're catering hard to minority group and as a result aggressively forfeiting their default status. Yeah, Bob, I'm fucking stoked on it. That means I'm gonna have like more potential audience. Like, I'm loving that, right? Like, go for it. And, you know, at the same time, I'm gonna bitch about Twitch because, like, fuck them, dude. You know, like, fuck those people, dog. Fuck them. Straight up. There you go, Daniel. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going so far left that you're so far from reality. Bro, when you go so far left that you're going right again, we call that the horseshoe.
Post a photo of what he thinks is my wife in the IDF, but they're actually just pictures.
Because he's like a straight up authoritarian.
I asked my wife what this was, and she thinks it's the Israeli Girl Scouts. So he's just posting little girls on Twitter. My wife didn't serve in the IDF. She came over here at 3 years old.
This just says that Amazon is letting a brand it owns ruin its reputation. I don't know if it's gotten to them yet.
He does it multiple times throughout the video.
It can't have gotten to them yet, right?
Try and hide it, but nope, there it is. The time, the date, the address.
Yale and McConville are getting married very soon. Yale, who is Israeli and Israeli government-provided wife.
So now our wedding is being messed with, and they were wasting the time of our venue, the hotel, and 2 police stations. It's cost me thousands of extra dollars in insurance and potentially closing down the entire building. And my bride is coming up to me and asking me if we're about to be double homicided at her wedding. I'm like, no, baby, these people don't need their mom's basements. But she sees the news. She saw 2 low-level staffers at the Israeli embassy get shot and killed. She's worried. So I'm being told by the police that I should go online and see if there's any direct threats. And I see a video made by a guy who hates me, showing all of my information and giving a hypothetical where I'm a valid target because Destiny's a hypocrite.
Stevie said anything involving this bad empanada guy or anyone that supports him is justifiable ammo. Anything is justified against Bad Empanada and anyone that supports him. Let's apply those standards. Why are we saying this about Bad Empanada? Well, it appears to be because Bad Empanada doxed Willie Mac's wife. So would Destiny be saying
letters to Amazon or at least tweeted Bezos,
people,
maybe.
Those who make calls to violence or allusions to violence should be fair game. And all of their supporters, all the personalities that back them up, all the chatters that back them up.
This is essentially a Destiny snark community. This guy's narrative for the past 6 months is that I'm covering for Destiny despite...
Bro, snark communities are fucking worse. I've seen this too many times. I'm sorry, Cosmic. Well, it'll be done soon. We're at 1.5. Oh, that's Queeman? Oh my god, dude. That guy is so stupid. For all of y'all who were here when we were watching that Hutch discussion with Straighteraid through Queeman's stream, bro. It was so funny because like we were watching what could be this Twink Stain Shop unhinged blogger. Oh no, Cosmic! Oh no. I'm sorry, buddy. You know, I gotta do my job, right? It gives me no pleasure. It's just the way she goes. Just the way she goes. What was I saying? Yeah, oh yeah, so we're watching Hutch talk to Straighteraid, and I swear to God, I'm barely paying attention to that conversation at all because I'm spending the whole time fucking screaming at Queeman's commentary, just losing my fucking mind. Oh, it is? Well, I'm just out of touch. I don't. Oh, no. No. You see, I used to have a life. Not anymore, you know, because I spend my time here with you guys. But I did not grow up on the forums, sadly. And in the YouTube world. I'm relatively new. I'm a relative newcomer. So I take it back, Cosmic. I retract my dunk on you. I apologize. I extend my deepest and sincerest apologies. That was a misprint, and it is officially retracted. I will delete it.
Making two of the most in-depth videos criticizing him. Their evidence behind this is I said Destiny is better at covering the news than Hassan and
I
Paul,
can. I deleted the message. It's gone.
I think that's objectively true, but
It's
I digress.
retracted.
But most importantly, it's that when these two do something stupid, I make fun of them. Bad did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum.
4chan in high school.
So when I see this, obviously a dog.
So I was in Argentina. We were like on Facebook, MSN. We just didn't really do. I don't even think we knew about 4chan there at the time. It wasn't even like a thing that we paid attention to. What are you going to do next? Unburn a piece of wood? I mean, I am a Jew who was born on Christmas. If anybody who could do it, it would be me.
Whistle to fuck with me. He literally gets a donation that says, I understand what we must do. Wink, wink.
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him. No? Is that not the standard? That's what he's laying out for me here. Now, I have principles. I don't think it's no bad tactics, only bad targets. That's not me.
As he's literally showing my docs.
But Destiny is very clearly laying out that those are the standards that he believes in. Those are the standards he wishes to be enforced. Is if you're a doxer, if you call for violence, anything is justifiable against your supporters.
Order taken.
Okay.
I mean, like, I would say, like, if you're going to employ a tactic, you should be prepared to have that tactic employed against you. That would be my position, right? Not just a blanket, like, anything can be done, right? But, like, you know, if you're going to fight with fire, don't cry about it when someone uses fire to fight back.
That's not what I'm saying, Max. Actually, I just explicitly said otherwise, actually, Max.
He's got a shit-eating grin on his face. He knows what he's doing. This then gets retweeted by his friend J-Stock, who pushed the exact same narratives about me. I'm obviously very unhappy about this. It's affecting my real life, but instead of anyone actually acknowledging this, they do what Bad Empanada did and try to hypocrisy hunt to justify their actions. They're like, why aren't you mad at Destiny? He quote-tweeted your docs too.
Why aren't you mad at Destiny himself?
Destiny is defending my already viral docs that's already in the hands of all of the people who hate me. We're acting like context and scale don't matter. It was actually kind of nice to see someone with a big audience who I've criticized in the past stand up for me and say this is...
I mean, when you're, like, trying to win an argument that desperately, they don't really matter that much to you, do they? His younger Santa. Santa was not born on Christmas, my dog.
Is wrong. But look at this comment. Willie refuses to acknowledge the obvious, that Destiny is the biggest proponent in spreading his docs. No, it was actually Bad Empanada who did
so
that.
Then,
do you know how time works?
What
they
you
hate
talking
Destiny
about?
so much they're ignoring the very reality we live
Rotor?
in. That's what I don't get at all. Is he perfectly fine with his docs being spread around as long as the person who's spreading it is condemning it? At this point, my docs have already spread. The toothpaste is out of the bottle. What bothers me most in this moment is the narrative that I deserve, or that it's part of some greater Destiny justice. If Queen pulled up my docs and said Bad Empanada sucks for this, I wouldn't care. If dog whistle call to action, that's the problem. It's so obvious. Yet I'm seeing respected commentator Augie call me a hypocrite because I said doxing is wrong.
This is from
I don't even think Jesus was a real person. If we're gonna,
it's just doxing and a shit thing to do to someone whose worst crime is being annoying
like that.
So you have that situation there. So there is twice replying to JSOC's docs, but then he got upset about fucking.
I have no fucking clue, but I'm pretty sure it's not December 25th.
Pulling out a tweet that already has 100,000 views doesn't add any negative effect. He pearl clutches and gives this big performance.
And I have 355 over 356 odds. You want to take those?
But on the same stream, Augie shows the uncensored link of JStock's docs. He also replied under JStock's docs on Twitter. So what are we talking about? Are we going to call Augie a doxer? No, because they don't actually care about this. He's just being performative to justify what's happening to me. Augie acts confused throughout this entire segment.
Literally days after he threw a hissy fit. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't really make any sense to me. It's like, what the f are we talking about here? I mean, what argument are we making here? This is just crazy. It makes no sense.
I know why he's confused. It's because he never plays the original clip that made me mad in the first place. He just summarizes as they
now I'm gonna look it up though.
And that's why Willie's mad.
Too bothered by this, but instead he was bothered by some stuff that Queeman
and
Jason was saying. And
March 15th.
Basically what they were saying was it's kind of hypocritical for Destiny to get upset at, you know, Willie Mack for getting doxxed when he has a history of doxing people.
A Turkish
and
bishop
right now calling for their doxes, right?
So he never plays the context and then acts like the reason I'm mad is because they called Destiny a hypocrite. Nothing about my wedding or my bride. How is that possible unless you're being bad faith? I'm not even sure if Augie knows what a dog whistle is. He's like, unless Queeman pulls up Willie's docs and then says, I love doxing Willie, it's all fine.
It wasn't really a point against Willie Mack. It was mainly a point against Destiny. I don't think at any point Queeman was like, yeah, and he got doxed. I love that. You know? I don't think he ever said that, right?
Bro, if you're this stupid, make life better for everybody and just quit. Destiny has recently doxed J-Stock and Queeman. His motivation behind this is that everyone they associate with him ends up getting doxed and harassed, so he's doing it back to them. The victims I know are Destiny's girlfriend, Dan Saltman and his family, me and my wife, Hutch and his family. Augie pulls up Destiny's employee saying she was swatted.
I was also swatted.
True.
Now, why would she be saying that she was also swatted in a reply to this clip? Is she saying that J-Stock and Queeman had some part in her getting swatted?
Traditionally.
Or that their communities had some part in this?
Yes,
they
obviously,
don't
but it's all
actually
just a coincidence
know,
to Augie. Augie pulls up another example of a Destiny viewer saying they're getting threatening letters sent to their house, and Destiny's like, I don't believe them, but even if that happened, it's still not that community's fault.
It was a brave sacrifice.
Ago, because I'm a fan of Destiny in the J-Stock server, someone in his community sent a letter.
I just imagine Caesar being like, A2 Blitzen.
To my home. I've moved since then. Thanks for telling us, by the way. To my house, saying I defend Destiny because I want to rape my wife and my patients. I'm gonna put an X to doubt on that one. And even if it did happen, right? Who's responsible for that?
What about the guy dog whistling that I'm a valid target and getting a dono saying they understand his orders?
Anything is justifiable against Destiny and the people who support him.
I don't think creators are responsible for every one of their unhinged viewers, but it is not normal for a community this small to have so much doxing coming out of it. I've made videos on communists, Nazis, misogynists, feminists, scammers, and traffickers. People with millions of followers, yet this tiny little community is where all this doxing takes place, and it's just out of their hands. Dude, they're obviously feeding into it, but Augie knows nothing. He can't even recite me goofing on them accurately. J-Stock has criticized Destiny for creating a metaphorical rape machine, partially because he had sex with BPD girls. Then when these girls call him out for being abusive, everyone thinks they're just crazy. J-Stock then had sex with the same BPD girl.
Everything Destiny's saying here is true.
Yeah, he's kind of losing his shit, right? Like, he's kind of losing it a little bit. Like, I saw him, I don't know if it's like a few days ago, maybe a week ago. He was, like, losing his temper a little bit because he was getting cornered on something about, like, Destiny and all of this shit. And, like, he just didn't have a good position to hold because he was defending, like, who was he defending? Was it Straighteraid? Was it Straighteraid or was it... Who is it that fucking Gisticle was supposedly banging? I don't remember. Whoever it was, he was defending her, and he was looking pretty cucked. Pretty cucked.
Actually, it's not true. Actually, everything Destiny's saying here is complete bullshit. Destiny says, and to think that this was the same guy, J-Stock Juicestocker, who spent the last year saying having sex with mentally ill people equals rape. Crazy, huh? No, you retard. That was never the argument that you have sex with mentally ill people. That means you're raping them by default. The argument is that you don't give a about their consent because you share their images, videos of them doing all kinds of sexual
stuff. That's bag of worms, ain't it?
No, Augie, J-Stock actually specifically said it's not about sharing images.
I think that the main talking point is that Destiny distributes people's nudes. And, like, it's like a weird...
Like, at what point, like... At what... Okay, I know this is a stupid fucking question because bros are gonna... They're gonna hit if they have the opportunity, right? But, like, at what point do you see, like, a track record of somebody and be like, you know what? Maybe I won't, actually. Like, whatever happened to dodging bullets? Whatever happened to dodging bullets? Like, fuck.
Not the main talking point. I think one of the big, I mean, a massive talking point here is the infinite rape machine, okay? How does the infinite rape machine work? It's a massive talking point, which you know, if you're a part of the, if you watch the Sunday video, it's not just about nudes, bro. It's about a system that let this happen for so long.
And what does Sunday say? Part of the machine is Destiny targeting mentally ill women.
And the victims are also selected, either for mental illness, allowing them to be easily construed as hysterical or deceptive when they complain about their treatment.
So when it leaks that J-Stock is having a secret relationship with the same BPD girl and she crashes out on him multiple times, it's funny. I'm giving him shit. I'm allowed to talk shit back to these people. I talked to Augie about the same exact thing a month ago and told him if he wanted to find it, he could just watch the ending to my second Destiny video. But he didn't watch it. He'd rather make stuff up. Bro, you're sitting at a computer right now. Feel free to use it. Augie ends this hour-long segment on me, summarizing that the only reason I'd be mad is because I'm stupid or because Destiny controls me, feeding into the narrative that got me doxxed in the first place.
Oh my god, this is what all of them fucking say, bro. All of them say the same thing. And it's all they all get it probably like from Hassan. Anybody who has like a good argument against anything Hassan says, he won't address the argument. He just go, "Oh, Destiny's giving you his talking points." Bro, maybe forget all of that and just argue against the point. There's nothing I hate more. There's nothing I hate more than when people just won't argue against the point. It's so fucking weak. Who? What do you mean, who?
Augie ends this hour-long segment on me, summarizing that the only reason I'd be mad is because I'm stupid or because Destiny controls me, feeding into the narrative that got me doxxed in the first place.
It's hard to, like, logically understand why he's posting this shit. I mean, the two options is literally just he's, like, brain dead retarded right now. or he's controlled opposition.
Really? That's all you could think of? Well, let me give you a third option. Our wedding is having to prepare for fake bomb threats, and my bride is worried about us and our family getting shot. Augie never once brings this up as a possibility for why I'm frustrated. It doesn't cross his mind. Seriously, if that's the extent of your analysis, you need to quit. In my last conversation with Augie, he told me a story about how he quit drama for a year because a guy named Salvo was doxing and harassing him and his family. So where is that same sympathy when it's happening to me and my wife? He shares the same empathy meter with Ian.
You know, my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up.
Most reassuring.
Bro, so many of these streamers, like, I feel like there's so many of them who have just gotten so twisted around in this fucking, like, don't ever let me be this guy. If I start growing, guys, don't ever let me be this guy. Keep me fucking grounded. Make fun of my raisin empanadas, right? Fucking tell me I'm cheating on fucking connections and all that shit. Keep me fucking grounded. Because if I ever end up like one of these fuckers who like will cry and bitch about stuff when it happens to them, but they're completely unfeeling and unable to recognize it happening to somebody else, like, fuck me, dude. There's so many, they've gotten like so out of touch with reality and so sucked in to just all the drama of this world. They've lost any ability to just like step back and like maybe for just like a fucking second consider what other people might be going through from like a realistic perspective. It's all about engagement. It's all about, oh, my audience is gonna love it if I shit on this person. There's no empathy. There's no like looking at, oh man, you know, this guy might be going through shit or this girl might be going through shit. Let me see what's going on. None of that. None of that. Now, granted, some people deserve it because they've acted like pieces of shit for a very long time, right? And I guess from their perspective, they probably think that Destiny does too. But you're also setting yourself up to look like kind of a fool, right? If you just jump on in without having like a full understanding of what's going on. Like Cosmic and Cinderella, I don't know if you're in here, buddy. When we were looking at that Brad dude last time and we like looked at those tweets and like those responses and it was like, bro, did anybody even like watch or listen to any of this? He's still talking about this video? Right now, Justicle's watching this video, or he's ranting about it.
News I got was when my wedding planner told me that she talked to the venue and they told her that the riffraff doesn't bother them because they've done celebrity weddings and that they're in a Jewish neighborhood, so they're used to getting calls like this. In one sense, very reassuring because it means our venue wasn't spooked, and in another sense, very depressing because it means people are just calling and harassing this place because they're in a Jewish neighborhood. I don't know what should happen when it comes to Destiny or a Snark community doxing each other and others, but what I do know is Bad Empanada needs to be banned. He nonstop slanders people, doxes people, and harasses them. He recently swatted Kraut by falsely reporting him to the Austrian police for hacking his alt Twitter accounts. I don't think they were ever hacked at all.
He accuses me of hacking. Bad Empanada accuses me of hacking. Specifically, he accuses me of hacking 15 of his banned Twitter accounts.
His evidence of Kraut hacking him comes from a tweet where Kraut says he's archiving his accounts. That's literally it.
This year's central claim. He claims, I got illegal access to 15 of his 22 temporarily banned X accounts. Well, what did I tweet? I tweet, yeah, we managed to get archive files containing everything Bad Empanada tweeted with 15 of his 22 suspended accounts. Well, how did we get this? We went to Wayback Machine and typed in his accounts.
So f***ing obviously, it's not you hacking him. He's saying that that tweet is evidence that he was hacked.
Yes.
Bad Empanada actually just uploaded a video on why he thinks his police report was justified, and in it, he just reads his complaint.
So this is probably the most serious thing that he did, in that he publicly implied that he had hacked my social media accounts and obtained private information about me that is otherwise inaccessible from doing.
Oh, brother. Boo fucking who, dog? Yeah, it sucks you're getting doxxed. Maybe don't do it to other people all the fucking time and it won't happen to you.
So, and then he was going to go through it and share it.
Hey, no neck, he's talking about the public tweets you posted. Oh yeah, this tweet where Kraut says he's going to screenshot the unhinged stuff I say. Yeah, that's evidence he's going to hack me. Please believe me.
Wait a minute. Yeah, those are for public. What the fuck, dude? What are you fucking doing?
Like, how stupid are his viewers?
An archive file containing everything Bad Empanada tweeted with 15 of his 22 suspended accounts. Now, you can't really get an archive file of someone else's Twitter. The only way you can get the Twitter archive file is by having access to the account, so that's very suspicious, isn't it?
Or you could just go to your public Twitter page and screenshot all your tweets. He's so desperate to sound like a victim here when he's the one who falsely swatted Kraut.
Dude, he just makes shit up all the time. He just fucking makes shit up.
Public posts that clearly the Vienna police who investigated the case thought were suspicious enough to warrant an investigation and an interview.
What Bad Empanada is not telling you is that the police dismissed his complaint as having zero merit. He's essentially reading his own complaint and then acting like that somehow makes it more legit. It doesn't. This is only a small portion of how stupid this police report is. In short, the police closed the investigation because it was a massive waste of time. But this still allowed Bad Empanada to get all of Crowd's personal information. When the police closed the investigation, Bad Empanada wrote an email threatening Crowd to stay silent on it.
Hi, Joseph. I did not swat you. You gave me legitimate reason to believe that you were hacking my accounts in an attempt to divulge my private information and posted very public threats against me. I'm relieved to hear that you apparently denied that you were really engaging in this behavior. I will not apologize for taking basic measures to protect myself, like filing a police report. When you publicly made such statements, I would prefer to not have to talk about this publicly, as you will note that I have refrained from doing up until this point, because I legitimately never did any of the things you claimed I did to you and have no wish to embarrass or divulge any personal info by releasing any of the files I received from the public prosecutor's office on this case.
Or in other words, stay silent.
I'm pretty sure he could take that email and, like, use it as evidence to go to the police. Bro, I'm sorry. Not only is this guy, like, just a scum of the earth piece of shit, he's also a fucking idiot, which is just completely inexcusable. Like, at least be smart if you're gonna be a piece of shit.
Or I'm going to post all of your personal information I got from the police. Crowd has vented a bit about this, so Bad Empanada has already started lying about the facts. Crowd is currently going around claiming that I swatted him. In reality, I reported him to the Vienna police because he was openly posting on Twitter about
Vienna police,
doxing me for months. The prosecutor thought the evidence I provided was suspicious enough to warrant an investigation, especially one about him illegally accessing my data. Crowd told me that the Austrian police are obligated to investigate every report, and the investigation came back saying Bad Empanada had little more than circumstantial evidence, that his accusations of violent threats can both in objective and subjective manner not be proven due to there not being any violent threats, that the accusation of libel or slander is not detectable. This video is so embarrassing by him. He is non-stop lying. And from what I've seen, Bad Empanada has no evidence. He's just wasting everybody's time to get a dox. Seriously, how is this guy not banned from everything? There is some good news though. Bad Empanada is apparently on the run. I thought it was just a meme when he posted, "Today's stream is delayed as I am fleeing to a different country." But it turns out this might be real, as Ethan is monologuing his next move to track him down. Bad Empanada is on the run. He knows we're closing.
What?
We suspected he had fled back to Australia, but upon further research and verification, he's actually fled to Uruguay. This information is probably—
What? Oh! Fuck yeah! Oh my god! Okay, I need to verify this. Hang on. Is this real? Oh, I don't know if this is real. Is that true? I can't find anything. Okay, what's this? Okay. H3H3 Reddit. Okay, that's just what this is. I don't know. It's just this same post. I don't know. Fuck, I hope that's true, dog. Oh my god. That would be the best thing to happen to Argentina in like 2 decades. Is this fuck leaving. God, I hope this is true. Ooh, that would be so great. Okay.
Shocking for him to hear, as he went to great lengths to obscure his escape from Argentina to Uruguay. Bad Empanada, if you ever decide to return to Australia, will be immediately notified and a torrent of lawsuits will follow. You are easy to get in Australia, which is why you're doing everything to avoid returning. Why am I telling you this? So he looks over his shoulder every day. We are coming and we will win. You can run from us, but we will catch you and we will ruin you. Have a nice day.
Bad Empanada chimed in. Does it feel good to be hated literally everywhere you go? I mean, first of all, Bad Empanada, you're outcast from society.
Yeah.
Like, we live in Los Angeles, California. You are on the run.
Yeah.
I mean, you know you're a piece of shit when even Hassan pulls up Bad Empanada's video of him doxing me, and even he's surprised about what's happening.
Just like how I can tell you that Willie Mack show is William McConville, and he is getting married to Yale. Now, I'm not going to give you the full name of the person he's getting married to, but I can tell you she is Israeli, and she was assigned to him by...
Best to skip, to be honest. This is drama slop empanada content? Yeah, I don't really fucking give a shit about this.
Like, I appreciate that he stopped watching immediately, but why are we acting like it's just slop? I'd argue it's a bit more ill-intended than slop content. Hassan is a guy who thinks the subreddit LSF posting his stream clips quantifies as stalking and harassment.
If I was a smart person, I wouldn't be getting ritualistically humiliated by socially maladjusted freaks that are agoraphobic on a daily basis in a mass harassment campaign online. But I do that for a living.
But Bad Empanada posting my personal info, extra...
So, I don't know. I mean, did he actually leave Argentina? All I can find is the H3 post about it. But man, if he did,
Just drama slop. Then he watches him again a few days later.
Bad Empanada is a good example of this, where I think he's like a crazy person. He is chaotic good, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Please explain.
Like, think about how little little time I spend like shitting on Bad Empanada or whatever. Because like, I think he's coming from. Like, we have different methods, we have different tactics, we have different techniques.
His tactics are doxing, false police reports, false CPS reports, slandering people constantly.
But overall, we're working on the same side.
Hassan is literally saying he supports what Bad Empanada is doing. Like, Hassan clearly knows at this point who Bad Empanada really is. He literally had a one-on-one conversation with him where Bad Empanada said these people deserve to be harassed, meaning anyone who mildly disagrees with them.
Be mean to them. If they feel bad, if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a f*** Each and every one of them. We need to be mean to these guys. We need to be assholes. They deserve it.
What a piece of fucking shit,
this
dude.
and purposely promotes them anyway. A week passes and they're talking out about my docs and peddling lies about my wife to discredit valid criticism about them. They're just trying to assassinate my character.
You're just doing investigative journalism. They're saying Bad Empanada unearthed that. Is that true? I think Bad Empanada or somebody unearthed like the Willie Mack shows getting married to like an IDF lady or something, which makes sense. He was the guy who did the big expose
that's like
on
not even true, like
bombing, hospital bombing, right?
Yeah, he's a brilliant
the shame of Argentina will finally be removed. Listen,
right now.
The glory of Argentina outshines that tiny little bit of shame. How dare you, sir?
How dare you?
Palestine than the other guy. I want to end this video with a story. When I was at my most overwhelmed figuring out all the new logistics for the wedding, Ethan Klein actually hit me up and offered to organize security for it so everyone could have peace of mind and enjoy the day. He had no reason to do that. I don't know Ethan. I made videos on him in the past, but he reached out anyway and lent a hand when he had no reason to. What got me was a text he sent saying, I got you, bro. Don't worry, your wedding will be perfect. It was. So thank you. Subscribe to the channel and buy a wall.
How
Check out the
dare
homies
you.
over on Patreon.
How dare you.
Christina Dina, Dranko Bex, Necro Valley, the Confusing Opinion, Eddie.
Good shit. All right. Okay. Gaza. Gaza. Yeah, so here's the situation. Netanyahu and the cabinet has approved Netanyahu's plan to occupy Gaza City, take full control, and generally expand the security control in Gaza. I don't like this for a number of reasons. First of all, the plan is to start moving people to like humanitarian areas, which like there's a difference between encouraging people to move to another area of Gaza for their safety and forcibly moving people from one place in Gaza to another. There is like a clear legal difference there. And this forcibly moving people could constitute a violation of the Geneva Convention. So that's one thing I don't like. Number two, it doesn't seem like there's a coherent plan for transition. They say that's what they want to do, to a civilian-like governance after Hamas is removed, but the plan is not very clear, and that could be a direct violation of Article 55, where it says... Wait, no, that's not the right article. 2 seconds. Article. Article 47. Nope. Are you kidding me? That's so stupid. Windows, you're being annoying. Okay. Okay. Article 47 protects rights of people in occupied territories, stating that occupation does not transfer sovereignty and the occupied population retains protections regardless of political arrangements. Prolonged occupation with no plan for transition could be viewed as an attempt to annex territory, undermining this provision. So that's the issue. If they don't have like a clear plan for a transitional government in this situation to like transition the Gazan government into civilian government, that could absolutely be seen as a violation of Article 47. 49 prohibits transfer of deportation or deportation of the occupied population. That's what I was talking about before, with the forcible movement into humanitarian zones. And those are the two that I think are really problematic with this plan. Beyond that, I just think it's like, from like an optics perspective, like right now, like everyone was hoping after the Iran thing that things would start to cool down in Gaza, but it feels like they haven't. And obviously the world leaders are right now choosing this opportunity to up pressure on Israel by declaring Palestine a state. It just seems like this is probably the worst fucking time to announce this kind of plan. If you give any of a shit about international positions, which I at this point I don't know if they do. Which, I understand why they don't. But, at some point, you have to stop doing shit that pisses everybody off. And, another one of the most important things here is the IDF doesn't even really support this. The IDF opposes full occupation. The leadership of the IDF thinks it's going to overstretch troops, cause a whole issue with counterinsurgency in the Strip. This is just a mess. It's very clear, and it's been made clear that this was something that Ben-Gvir and Smotrich pushed for and wanted to happen, and so here we are. Then there's other points about how it could potentially risk hostage efforts. Anyway, yeah, I just don't like it. It's getting very close to just going ahead and expelling everybody from the Strip, which, as of course all of you know, I have been very clearly against from the beginning. I obviously still support Israel's efforts to get rid of Hamas. That has not changed at all. But I do not think this plan is a good plan. I think this will potentially create a bigger mess. Those are my thoughts. I open it up to you guys in chat.
What are the people in chat saying?
Nothing. They were just listening.
I'm glad to see that you liked my shirt. My new shirt that I got. It just came in.
Do you care if I show it on stream?
Not at all.
Okay. Because, you know, it's got your face in it, so.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Thanos' new shirt. It's fucking funny.
Island Boys.
The Island Boys. Right? Goated. Nick says it's goated. This is a good shirt. It's a good shirt, bud. Good times, huh? Good shit. If you're droning people. So you're droning people now, I hear? What are you talking about? Am I droning people? What you mean? I didn't clock you for a mustache, dude. Damn. Thought that was my new business. Oh, yeah, we don't talk about that on here. I was very excited about the thing, but we don't talk about that on here. But I appreciate your interest. That was one-time thing? Nope, not at all. Let's just, going forward, you know, to talk about my business, I will bring it up. But no worries, you didn't know. No problem at all. So, guys, I would love some feedback on all the things I just said. Or I mean, like, if you all agree with what I'm saying, like, you could say that too. Like, it's just one of those times where I was like, you know, I really don't like this plan. I think this is rushed. It seems like they're trying to make a big deal out of it, and yeah, I'm just not a fan.
Oh, Daniel said that he didn't
clock
me for
You got a nice stash, bud.
Actually, used to have a big. Just decided to shave that because I didn't like that look. I prefer the look that I have now.
Are you so you're in chat right now, right?
Yeah.
Good. Well, if nobody says anything, I'm gonna assume y'all just agree with what I'm saying. Which, like, that's cool. That doesn't always happen that everybody agrees. Running out of norms to measure things by, so opinions feel kind of mechanical all over. Fair enough. That's a very fair point. Exceedingly fair point, sir. Yeah. Like Peach Fuzz just graduated, dude. He's a youngin'. He's a young buck. What's up, Cosmic? I'm getting to know. Is it just because it's weird to have everyone agree on this one, or do you have a counter position on the Gaza plan? Yeah. I just like, it just seems like, why? Like, you got so many people on your side with the Iran thing, and to just, like, go right back around to it. Who exactly is being empowered by this plan? Well, obviously, like, the Israelis I mean, not the Israeli government, like Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, all of those guys feel like they are being empowered to like go in, occupy the area, force a transition to civilian government while they dismantle Hamas. But like, I think that's just going to ramp up like guerrilla attacks, insurgency. They're going to start like moving the hostages around again. It's going to make it way harder to find them. It's going to increase, international pressure. We're already seeing all of these other countries start to announce that they're going to recognize Palestine. They may also be delaying elections. It's just, if they were going to do it, they should have done it before. I still don't know if I would have supported it then, but yeah, I just think this is a bad move. What about the legitimacy of Likud and the ultra-Orthodox? They can get away with policy like this. I don't know, man. I really don't know. Protests in Israel are like fucking erupting over this. Need to have a coalition like Egypt and Jordan to do this. This plan is cancer to do solo. 100%. Especially like days after the Arab League came out and was like, hey, like, yeah, let's push back against Hamas publicly. Like, you had an opportunity to get the help of like other countries that the world wouldn't have a problem with, like going in and assisting with getting rid of Hamas or like transitioning civilian governments, and it's like, just a bad move, dude. I don't know why. I mean, it's just like the rantings of like Smotrich and Gvir were just like, no, we need to do this now. And they just had to listen to him. This is going to give so much fuel to people like Hassan, to critics. I think there are other options. I really do. I think now would be the time to approach other countries or some of the countries in the Arab League who are more sympathetic to getting rid of Hamas and asking for their assistance. Because if they had backing and assistance from them and like worked in coordination with them to get rid of Hamas, instead of like standing stubbornly on their own, they're going to have like a lot more international support. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying, Daniel. They are, but it's a symbolic thing, right? That's my point. Like, they would regain a lot of international goodwill. We only believe in bad optics to the extent that we believe that optics still matter, though. If the attitude internationally towards international laws, who cares? Then just start getting drugs. Yeah, but now we're seeing like certain countries take like some level of action, like Germany doing a weapons embargo. Lots of countries recognizing Palestine as a state, which kind of which sort of hinders the process of eliminating Hamas to an extent. If the Arab League refused entirely, we give Israel a better leg to stand on and say, hey, we tried. Yeah, that's also true. Also, like a really big thing that would go a long, long way is to actually have like a really clear, thought out plan for transition into a civilian-led government. That's one of the things that drives me nuts, is they're like rushing into this without having a clear plan. Like, how many times have you done that? And like, it doesn't go over well. And none of this has really panned out the way that you wanted it to. Like, put together a fucking plan. Just do it. There's a lot of smart people over there. Put together a fucking plan. Talk to the PA or something. Like, for fuck's sake, do something. Don't just be like, we're unilaterally going to do this on our own and everybody else can fuck off. Not right now. Just not right now. It's not the time. It's not the right time. Are diasporan Palestinians given a second-class voice on affairs in Palestine proper? I don't really know. I don't think so. They're just like a pawn, right? To be seen as like refugees to like prop up the idea of the crisis. As far as I know. And is counted as less than those physically within Palestine on major issues? Almost certainly, right? Like I don't see Palestinians giving that much of a shit about what Palestinians abroad are saying, unless, you know, outside of how it like services their own goals. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I mean though, right? Like Palestinians living in Palestine proper like look at it positively because it gives them good international press. But if like diasporan Palestinians came in and started saying like you should do things like this, they'd probably be like, you know, literally go fuck yourself with everything that you can muster. Well, there's a lot of reasons for that, unfortunately. Thanos, do you have any thoughts?
No, not really.
Okay.
I'm just I'm making a word list for Spanish dictionary.com so I can like test myself.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I'm trying to expand my vocabulary to not be like a 5-year-old in Spanish.
That's true. I feel so tired. That's one of the big issues. The educated class is outside of the country. If Palestine becomes like its own state, though, like they could implement a right of return if they want to, and then they could rebuild that educated class, but, you know, within their own country. Like, right of return isn't that big of an issue if it's two separate states. If they become one state is when it becomes like the bigger issue. There are some issues Israelis have with like a separate Palestinian state with right of return, but like at that point, it's its own state and it can do whatever the fuck it wants to. Although I assume part of a treaty to establish that state would include some level of, if not complete, demilitarization for probably a number of decades. Just saying, how long until every educated potential future government member is diasporan and thus of an illegitimate opinion to the people still there? Look, I imagine if they're able to establish a state, hopefully their position is going to be, look, we've been stuck in this shit for so long. We need to allow the diasporans to come back because they've been educated, they've been living in the West. they can help us like move forward. If they decide not to do that, which I don't think they will because it seems important to them to have a right of return. But if they don't do that, they're just kind of fucked, right? Because they don't have a lot of the educated population in order to help them build up the country. So I hope, you know, if we come out of this with a Palestinian state, which, I mean, it increasingly looks like that could be the potential end game, that would be the case. What up, Daniel? But I agree. I think that would be necessary to establish like a thriving Palestinian state. Anyway, anybody else have any more comment and shit to add? We can move on to other things. If you guys have anything we should go over, something a little more fun, less fucked. How much of Gaza is actually left? Like the infrastructure? I mean, a good portion of it is going to have to be rebuilt. No, I haven't gone over that. Well, yeah, because they only like take pictures of total destruction, but in the south it's not as bad as the north. 66 to 70% have been damaged or destroyed, but that doesn't really tell us much because damage could include small amounts of damage. They might not. Yeah, it's all damaged or destroyed. It's hard to know. I mean, regardless, there's going to be obviously a shit ton of rebuilding to do, regardless of specifically how much percentages are damaged or destroyed. Let's see. Armenia, Azerbaijan, peace deal. Published preliminary peace agreement brokered by the U.S. South Caucasus countries have been in conflict nearly 40 years. Deal not formally signed. Azerbaijan is demanding Armenia change its constitution. Okay. Peace agreement on Monday, pledging to respect each other's territorial integrity and formally put an end to nearly 4 decades of conflict. Deal was struck in Washington last Friday when Azerbaijani President Aliyev and Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan met with U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House. Text of the agreement, which was initialed by the country's foreign minister, says Yerevan and Baku will relinquish all claims to each other's territory, refrain from using force against one another, and pledge to respect international law. I mean, Armenia has no choice. Azerbaijan bent the Armenian army over the counter and did every page of the Karma Sutra while Russia noped off from helping them, like their treaty stated. This is like a World War II unconditional surrender of Japan on the battlecruiser. That sounds like a lot of the deals he's tried to... See, I think he thought it would be easy. But then he's getting in there and he's realizing, well, this one side wants full surrender, and this other side wants full surrender, and neither of them are actually agreeing on it. Armenia and Azerbaijan neighbors. I don't think it's necessarily a win by Trump. Kind of feel bad for the Armenians, yeah. Like a full surrender situation doesn't seem like a win. Neighbors in the South Caucasus region, in the 1980s, over Nagorno-Karabakh, mountainous region in the southern end of Karabakh mountain range within Azerbaijan. Baku took back full control of the region in 2023, prompting almost all the territory's 100,000 ethnic Armenians to flee to Armenia. The European... Well, Daniel, do you have like a response? Oh no, you're laughing because it was funny. I thought you were laughing like a laugh react. Oh god, the internet has fucked me in the brain. The European Union, NATO member Turkey and Russia have welcomed the accord. Although Moscow, a traditional broker and ally of Armenia, was left out and warned against foreign meddling, the deal explicitly bans deployment of third-party forces along the country's shared border. Possible reference to Russia, which has previously deployed peacekeepers to the region and still has extensive military and security interests in Armenia. The European Union also has a mission deployed at the border to monitor ceasefire violations, which Baku has repeatedly demanded it withdraw. Dan Bilzerian, Anna Kasparian, and the Kardashians, so I guess I'm open and supporting the other side too. Help me, bro. I'm stuck. Peace deal. I'm not sure. I mean, this is like the first time reading about it, Daniel. So, peace deal has not yet been signed by the two rivals who both gained their independence from the Soviet Union in 1991. A major hurdle to peace, Azerbaijan is demanding that Armenia change its constitution, which Baku says makes an implicit claim on Azerbaijani territory. On Monday, Baku said further actions were required to sign the peace agreement, including amendments to Armenia's constitution that would eliminate territorial claims against Azerbaijan. Aliyev, who has led Azerbaijan since 2003, told reporters in Washington last week that Yerevan has some homework to do regarding its founding charter, adding that after the changes have been made, the peace agreement can be signed at any time. Yeah, we do. We got to ask Glendale. True. Pashinyan this year called for a referendum to change the constitution, but no date for it has been set yet. The potential peace deal would transform the South Caucasus, an energy-rich region neighboring Russia, Europe, Turkey, and Iran. It's crisscrossed by oil and gas pipelines, but has been hamstrung by closed borders and decades-old ethnic conflicts. The White House meeting on Friday, the United States gained exclusive development rights. I was wondering when that shoe was going to drop. To a strategic transit corridor in the region that the Trump administration said would boost bilateral economic ties and allow for greater exports of energy. Bro, if they don't sign this deal, I'm predicting right now, if they don't sign the deal, he's going to throw a true social tantrum. The management and development of that corridor, which will run through southern Armenia, would connect most of our Azerbaijani territory with Nakhchivan, and Azerbaijani exclave that borders Baku's ally Turkey, was also a stumbling block to initial peace efforts. Let's see if there's any more we can learn. Who deserves credit for the Armenia-Azerbaijan peace deal? Oh. Who's the bulwark? Who's the bulwark again? That's somebody we know, right? Or who works at the bulwark? I feel like we see someone from the bulwark around. Tim Miller. That's right. Conflicts end because of patience, persistence, and luck, not one man's showmanship. Who wrote this? Mark Hertling. I don't know who this is. Oh. Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, retired, was commander of the U.S. Army Europe from 2011 to 2012. He also okay. Military guy. Bulwark is never Trumpers. Oh, this might be biased then. Less about the heroic intervention of one American president than the payoff of patient, multi-decade diplomacy and the associated unpredictability of other countries in the region. That's true. Like with a conflict like this that's been going on for 40 years, and like there's been lots of negotiations and attempts to de-escalate. Like you can't just put it to one guy. Caucasus wedge between Turkey, Iran, and Russia. It's long been a combustible fault line in Europe and Asia when Armenia and Azerbaijan emerged as independent states. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. There were reasons for optimism. Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan were sending professional NATO-trained units to missions in Afghanistan and Kosovo. Young officers educated in the West. Okay. This is very nice and informative, but... What made this agreement possible, though, was Azerbaijan's dominant victory in 2023, which is what Daniel Liddick was referring to. It was brutal and opportunistic, but it did remove the major sticking point from Armenian-Azerbaijani relations and enable both countries to move forward. With that change in paradigm, and with a lack of other neutral powers, decades of American diplomacy under presidents of both parties could finally bear fruit. The new agreement focuses on the long contentious Zangezur corridor, narrow strip of Armenian territory linking Azerbaijan to its Nakhichevan exclave. Under the deal, Armenia also pledged to grant the U.S. exclusive development rights for 99 years, enabling rail, energy, and digital connections. Both countries will sign bilateral agreements with Washington, expand economic ties, and formally depart the OSCE Minsk group. Nice. Tactic and strong acknowledgement that Russia's role in the region has evaporated. That is very good. Deal is far from perfect. Many Armenian Americans and human rights advocates are concerned the agreement fails to... Okay, so this sounds like word from Glendale. Fails to address displacement from Nagorno-Karabakh or the fate of prisoners of war. The official handshake will not erase decades of mistrust. As one U.S. official put it, tomorrow's the handshake and writing the check, and we still have to ink the contract to cash the check. This agreement holds it will be more than just a U.S. diplomatic win. It will be proof that even in one of the most intractable post-Soviet conflicts, sustained diplomatic engagement, trust building, and professional military reform just might have an eventual capability to create conditions for peace. It's not the end of the story, but it just may be the start of a new chapter. It's mostly a reminder. Diplomacy conducted over years and across administrations can pay off, especially when the forces of stability outlast the ambitions of those who thrive on instability. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh yeah, there's also a lot of pressure on Hezbollah to disarm now. Alright, I know you're fucking joking. I know you're fucking joking. Will Lebanon succeed in disarming Hezbollah? Let's see what Al Jazeera has to say, guys. They're going to be like, we hope not. Let's see. What do they say? Close this. Close this. I don't care about this. Go away. I don't care about this. Okay. What are you freaking out for? You fucking fly-by-night cuttery website? Jesus! Okay. Lebanon's government has announced a timeline for Hezbollah's disarmament, saying the military would set out a plan to bring all weapons under state authority before the end of 2025. Wow. That's pretty fast. Comes after months of pressure from the United States after Israel's war on Lebanon killed more... Well, of course, you got to throw that in there. More than 4,000 people, right? No distinction from Al Jazeera. And culminated in a ceasefire in November. Israel's continuously... Oh my god. Fuck off, bro. Holy shit. What am I expecting? I opened an Al Jazeera article. What did I expect? I don't know what I expected. Jesus Christ. Hezbollah's arms have long been a contentious issue in Lebanon, and attempts to interfere in Hezbollah's infrastructure and military capabilities have led to internal conflict. However, Hezbollah took heavy losses in Israeli attacks last year. Goddamn right they did. You didn't even say how many of these were them, did you? Oh, you don't like that. You don't like that, do you, Al Jazeera? which diminished its status as Lebanon's political and military hegemon. Damn right. As the issue of disarming Hezbollah heats up, here's what you need to know about the government's announcement on Tuesday in the situation in Lebanon. What does Hezbollah say? It doesn't like the disarmament plan. No fucking shit. Oh my, I'm so glad that we have hard-hitting journalistic publications like Al fucking Jazeera to tell us that Hezbollah doesn't like the plan for their own fucking disarmament. Bro, suck all of my dick. What a fucking shit rag of a fucking newspaper. Jesus Christ. Exactly, Daniel. Exactly. Fucking pagers blowing up. In fact, Hezbollah said it would treat the decision as though it didn't exist. Oh my god, dude. Well, what are you gonna do? Get shit from Iran? I don't think so, bub. Government of Prime Minister Nawaf Salam committed a grave sin. Oh, a grave sin by taking decisions to strip Lebanon of its weapons to resist the Israeli enemy. Lebanon has its own weapons, you fucking nutsos. Nobody likes you except Iran and their fucking people. No, Syria doesn't like you no more, okay? Jordan doesn't like you, alright? Nobody fucking likes you, bro. And your guy, he's fucking dead, too.
You're Jordan, so you know better than anyone, right?
What?
You said Jordan doesn't like them, and we're like, yeah, we know you don't like them.
Daniel Liddick is the one who does the dad jokes. What are you doing? Cutter apparently likes them. Yeah. Someone's gonna have to do something about Cutter at some point too. Like at some point, like we can't bomb them, right? Because they're not bombing anybody. They're just doing like crazy levels of propaganda. At some point, somebody has to go over there and be like, "Yo, cut it the fuck out, or you're getting sanctioned. You gonna get them sanctions. You getting sanctioned all over the place." This decision fully serves Israel's interest. Maybe it serves Lebanon's interest too. Maybe they don't want you fucking crazy motherfuckers around causing war for them. Do you ever think of that? Fucking nutbag. Get a new hat. Nobody likes those. Group said in a statement. Despite its flat-out rejection of the government's decision, Hezbollah has yet to respond with force. Good. Under its late leader, Hassan Nasrallah, the group threatened that any act taken against its arms could lead to civil war. And you wonder why they want to get rid of you, you fucking freaks. Jesus. This time, Hezbollah has not taken military action, possibly a result of a change in strategy or because it's weak in capacity after the war. Probably that one, right? But you add that as an afterthought. God, I fucking hate Al Jazeera. Rumors circulated during a cabinet session on Tuesday that Hezbollah supporters in black shirts were gathering along the highway in Khalda, just south of Beirut. But that turned out to be a restaurant celebrating reaching 1 million followers on Instagram. Al Jazeera was probably like, please, please. Oh, please let it be Hezbollah. Pro-Hezbollah protesters did briefly block the airport road in Beirut to the government's decision, but little else has manifested despite heightened domestic concerns. What about Iran? Yes, what about Iran? Iran voiced support for Hezbollah, but said it had no role in shaping the group's decisions or policy. Okay. Comments came from Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who said the efforts to disarm Hezbollah wouldn't work. Why? What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Iran? You got cucked. You got nothing, bub. You got nothing. This is not the first time they tried to strip Hezbollah of its weapons, Araghchi said. The reason is clear. The power of resistance has proven itself in the field. Bro, they don't like you. They don't like you. They don't like your little proxies. Nobody wants them around. You're a thorn in everybody's side in the Middle East. Fuck off. Just fuck off. Do everybody a favor. Just fuck off. Iran played a formative role in founding Hezbollah in 1982 during the heat of the Lebanese Civil War and has been the group's main benefactor ever since. Since Israel's war on Lebanon, Iran's ability to support Hezbollah has taken a major hit. Wouldn't you know it? Lebanese government has blocked flights from Tehran. In the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime in neighboring Syria has blocked the land route used to transport funding and weapons. Hell yeah, dude. So based. How did Lebanon respond? Iran's comments angered some Lebanese officials. Foreign Minister Youssef Raji said Araghchi's statement is firmly rejected and condemned. Such statements undermine Lebanon's sovereignty, unity, and stability and constitute unacceptable interference in its internal matters and sovereign decisions, Raji said. And it's crazy, because, like, the same people who are going to be like, Israel is always meddling in the Middle East, will be like, Iran never started any fights with anybody. They never did anything, okay? Gosh, they're just so sweet and cuddly. They never did anything to hurt anybody. While they consistently have fueled like civil wars and civil conflicts throughout the region. Is disarmament going to happen? This remains to be seen. Salam said after a follow-up cabinet meeting on Thursday that his ministers approved the, quote, objectives of a... Why? Of a U.S. Why is just objectives in fucking quotes? Of a U.S. proposal for ensuring that the possession of weapons is restricted solely to the state. I was wondering what party represents the interests of Israeli Arabs. Do they stump with Shas? I don't know exactly. Probably, right? Variety of political parties. Hadash, Ra'am, United Arab List. There's an Islamist party in Israel. Bro, I'm so tired of hearing people call it apartheid. There's a fucking Islamist party in Israel. Ta'al, a nationalist party, and Balad, another nationalist party. The joint list was a coalition of several Arab parties, but it has since dissolved. Bro, oh, that makes me so upset, dude. That makes me so upset. The Islamist party? Oh. Government is now expected to formally commit to disarming Hezbollah, a decision that could ignite a political crisis. Al Jazeera's Beirut correspondent. Bro, we know who you support. Fuck off. How about getting rid of the fucking terrorists who have killed millions of people, helped kill million people in Syria? How about that? How about that? Fucking bullshit-ass propaganda rag. Just for the lulz, true. Hezbollah has yet to respond forcefully, and anti-Hezbollah politicians have used increasingly bold rhetoric. Let's go. If there is a cost to be able to centralize the weapons with the Lebanese armed forces, it may be better like that, Elias Hankash, a Lebanese MP with the anti-Hezbollah Kataib party, said. Look at this nice room. Isn't that pretty? President Joseph Aoun and Salam will have to navigate U.S. pressure and domestic support for disarming Hezbollah with opposition from the group and its supporters who are reeling from the Israel's war. Bro, like, if they're reeling from the war, like, obviously they're doing this because they're not feeling that much opposition. The support for the terrorists tells me that WWE could have a fertile market there in the Middle East. The World Bank has said Lebanon needs $11 billion for reconstruction and recovery, the vast majority of which is needed in southern Lebanon, the Bekaa Valley, and Beirut suburbs, where most of Hezbollah's support is based. Have any Hezbollah members expressed discontent with disarmament? Yeah, obviously. Plenty of discontent has been expressed. What a useless fucking section. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem rejected the idea, saying the group's disarmament would make Lebanon vulnerable to attack and would serve only Israel. They won't be vulnerable to Israel because the Lebanese government, moving forward, is going to want good relations with Israel. If you fucking retards are gone, you're not going to have any problems with Israel. Don't you understand? You are now the reason why you have problems with Israel. You are a plague. Go the fuck away. Nobody likes you. You heard Al Jazeera sorting out of its reporter killed in a strike today. The dude is taking selfies posing with Hamas leaders and posts in his archive Telegram post. We're praising in real time the terrorist killing and taking hostages on October 7th. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty clear after everything that's come to light that that dude did not have protected status as a journalist. Ali Muqdad, a Hezbollah MP, also dismissed the decision. How many layers of government censor must any piece on Al Jazeera run through prior to its approval for publication? Probably a lot. Also dismissed the decision, calling it... They're just like, bro, we've seen like 1 or 2 quotes from the Lebanese government, and we've had like, what, like 5 or 6 quotes from Hezbollah people? Bro, what a fucking joke. This is a terrorist organization. And this is supposed to be... Remember when Al Jazeera was actually like a somewhat respected like newspaper? Like, this is such a fucking joke. Or news publication. Dismissed the decision, calling it, quote, ink on paper. Another Hezbollah MP, Mohammed Raad, said the decision could never be implemented and compared Hezbollah giving up its weapons to suicide. Yeah, to Hezbollah. Suicide for Hezbollah. We want you gone, dog. You're such a fucking idiot. Don't you realize they want the death of Hezbollah? Nobody likes you. You cause problems. You cause problems. You're problematic. Okay? You are counterproductive, as Hassan would say. What are things like right now? Tensions were heightened on Saturday when 6 Lebanese soldiers were killed while inspecting an alleged Hezbollah weapons site. Oh, wow. Wow. What do you know? Lebanese soldiers dying because of Hezbollah. Go away, Hezbollah. Nobody likes you. Hezbollah reportedly booby-trapped sites in southern Lebanon during the war in case invading Israeli soldiers came upon them. If disarming would be suicide, then what intention could they be to say, govern? Right. Many from Lebanon's south are antagonistic towards Beirut, feeling the government has not been able to defend the south. Bro! How is everybody this fucking stupid? Israel would not be fighting if Hezbollah was not in the south. If they weren't lobbing rockets and shit. Oh, this is so stupid. If Hezbollah disarmed and then Israel attacked, guess what? Lebanon can now declare war. They take all those weapons. They have a legitimate war, casus belli, against fucking Israel. And they'd have allies in that, too. Good Lord. Part of me wonders how respectable Al Jazeera ever was, or if it was just easier for them to mask on and hide their true motives and alignment from the world. Maybe, I don't know. Jesus Christ. That's it. What a stupid fucking article that was. Well, time for dialyse. Let's go, boys. Remember your earlier discussion of labeling AI images being required by law? Yeah. What if you label another person's original work AI, since you had modified it? It's actually AI. I'm not sure what you're asking. Maroon, dessert, strand, dump. Nice. Or the original is falsely advertising. So, that's just stupid. Like, obviously, if they can't figure out that somebody did that, then we're fucking cooked as human beings in general. Okay. Nice. This is why I think it's so important for Israel to let actual media in, even though it's dangerous, because the only journalists in Gaza right now are Hamas journalists or reporters under the thumb of Hamas, forced to only report what they want. Yeah, I agree. Hey. At least the location is easy. Does it say like where the Mona Lisa is? Because I don't know where it actually. I'm just gonna boop it right here. What are these phones? Okay, so that's a at least somewhat newish iPhone, I think. I'm thinking like pretty recent, right? Yeah. 24 maybe? It was this, it was this year. That's okay, we take those. Okay. Shit, when did she die? Was it 97? I don't remember the actual year. I feel like it's 97. Or 96 maybe. I don't know. Oh, nice. I was right. Okay. And then it's got to be in Westminster, right? Dublin? The Factorio music? Are you sure about that? Oh, because that's where she's from, right? Fuck. You should have let me get it wrong. Where is it? Oh, I don't... Okay, cool. Then... Where is Windsor? Don't tell me. I don't even know if you're telling me the truth about Windsor now. Very good. Balmoral? I can't take you seriously. I don't know if you're like giving me a real a real thing or not. I'm just gonna fucking do my thing and see if I can find something that looks like this, okay? I don't know. No. 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 Oh, is that Cosmic? Oh, my bad. You guys are the same color. Big lawn on the Asega country house. Maybe. There's a lot of lawn here, though, dog. What's this? That's not it. Look at all this lawn. There's so much lawn. Oh, no. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Ooh, you're going to piss a bunch of people off, and I kind of love it. I'm just not going to say anything. I'm just going to let that one sit. I'm going to say 0 words. Oh, no, dog. Cosmic, how sure are you about Windsor? Based? 50-50?
Base?
Wer bist du? I don't know. Fuck it. Can't be that far. England's small. I'll just fucking put it at, like, Westminster. Because I don't know. I'm just going to go here. Because that's, like, in the middle. Okay. Oh, nice. Kensington Palace. Okay, cool. Whew. Okay, Arabic? Where in Arabic? In like the 80s, right? Like 87 maybe? Tehran University, nice. It's Tehran. Where's Tehran University? There was a third castle? I don't know, dude. They got lots of castles there. Oh, no. This is going to be tough to find. Oh, nice. Okay. What other clues would get us a little closer? Shayad. Wait, are we thinking 80s or are we thinking, like, pre-revolution? Maybe pre-revolution. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just going to go here. 77. Nice. 1.7 kilometers. Boys, we are Killing it. Okay. What is this? What year is this? Are you kidding me? What a fucking troll. Oh my god, bro. That looks at least like a 1, so it's probably 2010 or... Oh no, I don't know. Somewhere between 2010 and 20 fucking 16. Jesus Christ, what a fucking troll, bro. Are you kidding me? How do you know it's 2012? He was the 44th president all the way through his term. What do you mean? From 2008 to 2016, he was the 44th president. You don't jump up a number if you have a 2-term president. You stay the same number. Yeah, the only time that happens is if you have non-consecutive terms. No. Bush W was 43. Obama was 44. No worries. Okay. I don't know. This looks somewhat recent, but they probably have nice cameras. I'll go for like 2014. It's got to be at the White House. Let's see. Oh, are you kidding me, bro? Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh my god, bro. That's so annoying. Literally 2 points from a perfect score. Okay, that's... Oh no, of course. We're having such a good outing. We're having such a good outing. And they had to finish us off with a fucking black and white photo in Europe. No fucking less. Okay, Jorgensen. Okay. Melms. Okay. Norway, maybe? Let's see. Dutch? Are we sure? Davidson's Vine? That's not even... What? All coffee frokost stew. Okay, so we have O's with crosses in them. You might be right. Let's see. Fiskehusel. See, Fisk makes me think Norwegian because I know they have a dish called lutefisk. And this doesn't look very much like Dutch to me. But I don't know. I mean, you could be right. This is not giving me Dutch vibes. Let's see how they spell cafe. Maybe. Yeah, but I'm not seeing a lot of sends here. And they have like a lot of J's and stuff. They don't have J's here. A lot. Oh, Fietzen. Well, I don't know if that's the same thing though. You might be right. You might be right. Oh no. All right, let's go back to Oslo. Oh, Viggo Jorgensen. I see. I don't think that's Dutch though. Might be Danish. What about Finland? I don't think so. Right? No. Finnish is like super different from the other two. Okay. Could be Swedish. Could be Danish. Let's take a look close. If they have any sends. They've got the O with the cross. They do have sen. They have a lot of sen. Lots of sen. What is this? What is this street? Is there any sign? Any street signs? Sausage factory. Not Busen. Yeah, I think Norway's got the sends, brother. Oscar Davidson's Vine. Late 50s, early 60s. Are you sure? These cars look a little old for that. Oh yeah, Bang & Olufsen. That's Norwegian, right? One partially concealed car almost looks like a Lada. Yeah. But I don't know. This gives me vibes from before the 50s. Maybe 40s. Maybe 50s? You might be right. I'm questioning myself. Carlson. I doubt any of these places are left, right? Och Frokoststue. I wonder if that's a place. I'm pretty sure it is Norway, though. They were too cheap to buy newer. You sure? Oh. Duh. Yeah. I just saw it. I don't know, dude. None of this looks like fucking Danish. This looks like Norwegian. I don't think so, bro. I know that says that, but like, how hard is it to get to fucking Norway from... Like, you probably take a ferry or something. I don't know, bro. I'm so confused. You agree with me that doesn't look like Danish, right? There's a Sen. Oh, fuck. I don't know. Oh, I wish I could see that. Of course, the last one has to be fucking difficult. I'm thinking like 50. I'm feeling Norway so bad. I just want to see a cafe. I want to see a cafe. So I can like see how they spell it. Okay. That's in English though, right? Og. Ol ok. Is that og? Is that a G? Okay, let's see if they have a similar word like that over in Norway. Oh, there's Fisk. Og. They both say og. Fuck off! Ah! This is insane. There's so many clues and none of them are specific enough. Come on. We can find this. Show me a cafe. It's gonna be like fucking Sweden or something. Okay. Gotta have your Mormons. Frokoststue. Okay. Okay. Let's see who writes that way. That's what I was thinking too. Or the coffee sign, yeah. Oh, and then this is spelled with a C. Fuck my ass, bro. This is ridiculous. Oh, we were doing so good. We were doing so good. Look at how good we were doing. And now we're gonna drop a bunch of points on this fucking Michigas. Oh, man. Let's just check Sweden real quick. Just to be sure, okay? We're gonna look at Sweden. And see what they do. Do they have a steward? Yeah, they have more like dots and crosses and stuff in Swedish. Oh, bro. Fiskhusel. Like a house? Husel? That could be a keyword. That doesn't seem like a name. That seems like a thing. Give me a Husel. Show me a Husel. Begin with alt. I don't think so. Give me a Husel. Okay. Let me see that keyword. Alhambra Vey. Vey. Ali. Vey. Plods. Bro, it's gonna be like neither of these three countries, isn't it? Fuck it. That looks like fish house, right? Huzo. That seems like the word for house. Husit? Is that a T? I'm starting to lean towards fucking Denmark. Jesus Christ. An F? You're fucking with me. I mean, I'm definitely going to pass, well, at least I'm assuming I'm going to pass my fucking goal, but, man, I could beat my record here. That's why I'm taking so fucking long. A shawarma husit? Okay. Okay. I hate that when, like, I'm playing this game and they're like, oh yeah, our place is hip. Our title, we call, you know, the name of our place is in English. Ho ho ho. Ho ho. Alright. We're going for it. Fuck it. It's probably gonna be like somewhere around here, right? In like the old areas. Okay. Here we go. 5 years, 1.6 kilometers! Not bad. Is this... This might be our best score. Might be our new best, boys! I think I did. $48,480. That might be a new best. Look at this. Not a single one of these points can you even see the black marker. Woo! That last one was tough. But through patience and diligence, we made it through. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. This has been going the whole time. Holy shit. Did anything break? I hope nothing broke. Just do a quick check. I thought I had it paused. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's okay. You gonna come back, y'all? Ha 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 ha. That's not true. Goodbye, YouTube.